that was so wild. No homicide. Stay up there more or down That's what Robert commented. Heard his story. He tried to go to Bear Valley and his family wanted to live in Murphy. Right. Didn't work. No.
All right, calling the meeting back to order. Agenda item number 11. This is a discussion and a possible action regarding the adoption of an ordinance to revise Title 17, Section 1704.030 of the Calaveras County Municipal Code addressing legal access requirements. I'd like to make note that this is the second reading for this. We heard this at our previous meeting in December. So, Mr. Taylor, thank you very much.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, John Taylor, Community Development Agency. As you just indicated, this is the second reading, or actually an item for approval of an ordinance that had been first before your board on December 16th. This was brought forward from the deliberations of the Ad hoc Legal Access Committee. We provided an item for your board on the 16th. Your board had made a recommendation of members of the committee, as well as your board and the county surveyor, and some amendments to the original document. The document before you today, we believe, accurately reflects the amendments that were proposed at that time. In particular, we had an item in there that where we had an issue of substantially meeting the design criteria. The road that substantially meet the design criteria, we added to the approval of the public works director or his or her designee. And we also provided language at the request of the county surveyor regarding written license across federal government lands or the recorded deed, that design deed on that. So we believe that we have accurately reflected the will of the board at the December 16th meeting and bring this item back before you for adoption.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Taylor. Members of the board, any comments on this?
Well, I have comments. I didn't support it last time, and I need to be clear again on why I'm not supporting it. I've read all the code, 4298 and Uniform International Building Code in relation to zoning codes. But I think we're setting the county up for problems in the future. The taxpayers of this county. We are already being faulted because we have legal parcels with not legal access. I don't have a problem with anything that's existing, a well fails, you have a house, you want to build a garage, you take your chances and you do that. There was a recommendation from the committee that a form be filled out saying yeah, I know that I don't have legal access, but I'm pulling the building permit. Well, that's just information. That is not, anything that holds any water whatsoever. And I think it is important that if we're going to really protect the county and its taxpayers in the future, that that document is filed. So, recorded. So that when you build your house, and then somebody comes in and puts the gate up and says you can't park my property, or 10 years later, you sell your house, and there's a dispute, or whatever it might be, and the property owner, whose property you're crossing, puts a gate up, or says you can no longer cross, that's recorded, it goes with that property. And then when legal access is granted, either through negotiations between the property owners, or whether it's adjudicated in the courts, then that document is removed because you have a legal access. I just have a hard time supporting something that sets the county up for failure and cost in the future. I appreciate the work that the committee did, but there's, when I read all the codes that were involved, the committee reviewed and looked at, it isn't fair. There has to be protection for the properties. It's real, to me, this is a property rights case that would do well in a land use class, because you're trying to protect the property rights of the people who own the legal parcel, and you're trying to protect the property rights of the people who have the road that's access to the property. So that's not what's important, but I have one question. If access is adjudicated and it's 8 feet, not 10 feet, does that mean then the person does not get to build their home? Because the committee recommended a minimum of 10 feet, and plus or minus 6 inches. But if it's less than 10 feet, if it's 8 feet, which some of these historic roads are, can they not build?
Okay.
Mr. Woods,
David, would you like to respond to other questions that might come up, or you want to get this one in sequence?
I'll take this one in sequence.
Okay.
My name is David Wood, Langston, California. Mr. Taylor, respectfully, I believe that if the minutes were checked, there was a deletion in section A1 of the hearing. The double call-out that Mr. Selman talked about, where we referenced both the 12-foot in section 810 and in section 1273, which is 10 feet.
oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I believe if you'll check the minutes of the motion was to delete the call out in A1 to A10, 1 through 4.
To
A10. The third line from the bottom of section A1.
right at 810. At 8.10.
Yeah, it was the double call out on the road width. Because as it reads now, somebody could interpret you have to be more than 10 foot and a 12 foot, and does that add to 22? So
Well,
the
I thought the committee had stated that if it was prior to 91, okay, I mean, that's really what we're talking about here. A 10-foot road width, that's an A1.
And that's only called out in section 1273.10, and that's what we referenced, and the deletion did not take place in this proposed reading of the 810.
We were supposed to strike 3.10 from the road?
Yes, sir.
And the word and.
So if I'm reading it correct, to answer her question, is prior to 91, if they have an 8-foot wide road as an easement, then they would not be required to go to 10 foot. But if it was granted after 91, then they would be required to have a 10 foot.
If somebody new came in wanting a building permit to build a single-family residence, and there was an existing road that in your case was only 8 feet wide, that
post-91 is to what the county standard is.
Okay.
And the county standard is not 10 feet. So,
Right.
to me, that needs to
The
be.
state reference was to 10 feet, and that's where the 4290 comes from. In other counties, the county governments look at it that if there is a donkey cart trail, anything that gets to a property that is accessed, when somebody has to land a helicopter or a parachute in. But the committee felt that there had to be a minimum standard, and the 10 foot in the state was the best reference we could find.
Pre-91. So, David, let me get back to you. Pre-91, you have to have a minimum of a 10-foot wide easement.
I think the pre-91, Roger, I'm going to ask you to jump in here if I don't get this quite right. The pre-91 was associated with the creation of a parcel. Now, I want to be real clear, because including the newspaper stories have not been real clear on this. There is still a legal access requirement in the county for subdivisions, for new lot splits. So we are not saying the county has no requirements for legal access. That is not true. This is just a very specific exemption. It follows many of the general plan property.
I'm with the program on that. I mean, I don't agree, but I understand. It's the 10-foot. I mean, we've made such messes of this. I mean, not us, of course. But, you know, we jury rig things due to circumstances. We're talking about a 10-foot road width. And if you talk 4290, that's prior to 91. So if you have a 10-foot road width, pre-91, but it's adjudicated at 7 or 8, or agreed to between neighbors, then what is that saying? So, I mean, I think that needs to be cleared up.
Well,
For me.
we sure do too.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Roger Cadeau, and I'm deputy chairman of that committee appointed by you. And I'd like to say something before I get directly respond to your point, is once we were appointed, our first meeting, the chairman of the board sat in with us and kind of gave us an overview of what we needed to do, which we felt was accurate. And during all of our meetings, we had various department heads guide us, provide us with information, express their opinions, express the problems that this has been creating and what have you. And we followed that guidance from Bob Selman, Jeff White, Mike Miller was in there once as a director, interim director of public works. We had the fire people in, and everybody had different guidance as to what the county's problems were, because this 86 ordinance popped up that people had not, who either been ignoring or didn't realize it existed prior. And one of the letters we really relied upon was the April letter from the county surveyor to the planning commission that we didn't get initially in our packet, but as the process went on, we were provided that letter, and that letter states some very specific things which I'll go into. But first, to answer your question, there's a couple of other problems. Number one, as we stated, we don't believe that the current Chapter 810 is legal because it was modified from original Chapter 810, and when it was modified, it was not sent to the Board of Forestry for affirmation. And there was several changes made in the new 810, which are, in our mind, mistakes. So why, in this particular section, we went back to state law, which comes out of 4290, but it's the Natural Resources Code section stated. That, the
There were
state
just
law.
minor changes to
What?
There were just minor changes to 810, but it was the minor change where it stated this code or this ordinance, and that's how you interpret it. There were not a lot of changes to 810, aren't you?
Well, we can respectfully disagree on that, Marita. There's a few items there that we feel, several people, not just me, several people felt were in error. And I'm not going to go into those, so that's another time, another place, but at least you ought to get that ordinance up to the state and get it affirmed by the Board of Forestry. So we fell back on the Natural Resources Code that came out of 4290. And that's why in that section, Marita and John Taylor, we only referred to, and I don't have the document in front of me, we only referred to the Natural Resources Code section out of 4290, which was at section 1273.10. And the state law says for a driveway on site, the minimum width is 10 feet. When we in this county originally adopted 810 back in 2000, the fire departments wanted 12 feet, and we made it more restricted. But because we felt there's much discussion on 12 versus 10, and because we felt, chapter 810 340 calls for 12, whether or not it legally exists, were in question, and there was a consensus by people other than fire persons to go to 810 because that's the state law, and go to 10 feet. But that's only on site. There currently is no off-site driveway standard in this county at all, period, none. And if you go to chapter 12, and continuing on, at the last meeting, you appointed the Public Works Director to be in charge of inspecting that road, assuming the ordinance passes somewhat like it is now. Well, chapter 1202, which is the road ordinance, specifically exempts from the road ordinance roads to single-family dwellings. It's one of the exceptions. And when Michael H. Miller attended our meeting, he said, "No way do I want to be involved with private roads. Our road inspections stop at the encroachment permit that goes under the public road." And chapter 810 and 4290, whatever you want to call it, is administered by the building department. And that's why Jeff White was there many times discussing problems. So that when a building permit goes into the building department, they have a fire officer or fire technician there that is supposed to check that building permit and other things to be consistent with chapter 810. So I would suggest that the appropriate party to enforce the ordinance should be the building department, because that who has the authority over 810, and chapter 1202 specifically exempts roads to single-family structures. So that's just an observation I'm making. If you want to throw 12403 out the door, go ahead. But we again did and wrote, for example, the disclaimer, because the county surveyor stated in his letter of April 2008 to the Planning Commission that there were concerns because if people were issued building permits on legal lots, on legal lots, then there was an implied grant that the road that accessed that parcel was legal. So he suggested a note or a disclaimer. That's why we came up with disclaimers and the language that went back and forth with county counsel's office. And if you don't want to have a disclaimer, we don't care. We put that in there because that's what we were told was one of the problems. A disclosure statement should at least with similar language, I think should at least be required if you're not going to require proof of legal access, as is now in law. The problem of having somebody give proof of legal access, there's nobody in this county who can make that determination other than a judge, with the exception of subdivision maps, parcel maps, and deeds that a county surveyor can read and county council can concur with. It's not something that can be done by a clerk in the planning department or public works department or anyplace else. So, and Bruce Child goes into those problems in great detail in his April letter. And we were just trying to follow those concerns and what the planning director told us, the building director told us, the public works director told us, and we had a couple of supervisors sit in. So we were trying to adopt something.
And what did they tell you?
Huh?
And what did the supervisors?
The supervisors just sat in and listened. They didn't tell us any direction, and so based upon that guidance, we came back with this. If you want to change it,
No,
good luck.
this is what I'm saying is, this is very somewhat convoluted.
Yes.
And I asked one simple question, and it trips up 4290, 810, 1704.
But it is,
I mean,
it's that
and-
complicated.
Well,
It is.
May I?
I know it is. So again, I get back to my simple question.
Let me try
391, David, is it a 10-foot minimum? If it's a 10-foot minimum.
They don't have a 10-foot minimum, they're going to have a problem. We were not able, and I don't think anybody will ever be able to write ordinances to address all situations. But I think what we did is we took a very unclear ordinance and we made it clear. If it's a new lot split or subdivision, legal access is required. If it's a legally created parcel prior to 91, I would say that the number of parcels created between 91 and now is not that great. And those, many of them may have already been built on, so again, not an issue. They're a little bit more in between. And if it's a pre-91 parcel with a substantially 10-foot road minimum, then they have, for a single-family residence, an exemption. And it aligns with the general plan. It takes probably, I'm going to say 80 to 95% of the problems. It clarifies those. You're always going to have some unique problems that this ordinance won't apply, but that's why you have department heads that can deal with those difficult problems.
So by amending 17, where all parcels then will be grandfathered and exempt from 18.
Okay.
That's
That's not what it's supposed to be.
Well, applies to all construction after an enactment of the chapter. So when you amend 17, which requires legal access, then you're going to have to grandfather parcels into 810. I've already said my position. I'm just saying the 10-foot wide is not clear. And I felt like, even though I'm not supporting this, just to avoid something because there's a difference between driveways and roads. And so when we discussed this at the last meeting, Public Works said they wanted nothing to do with driveways. They wanted to focus on roads. That was their charge. And building department, as you mentioned, is a driveway for roads. So, and 4290, it applies to permits pulled on a parcel after 91.
Right. But if you're addressing the adequate access issues of 4290, we ran that up the flagpole with the fire chiefs, and they came back and said that when the state enacted that, they did not intend, and they knew it would be infeasible to improve all public roads to the new 4290 standards. The only improvements that they expected to see associated with pulling a permit and building were property, from the boundary line of the property where the property owner had the right to build that driveway, make that grade, and clear the field. And there's quite a bit of flexibility actually built into 4290 on that. We just made it clear that you're not going to fix a lot of our historic roads to make them.
I understand that, so just one more, and I'm gonna drop this issue. I'm trying not to buy problems. Given the types of subdivisions that we're talking about pre-91, and a road, not a driveway, is granted a 6-foot, 8-foot access by the property, either through the court or agreement between property owners. Can that property owner who has the legal parcel who wants to build, can they build with a 6-foot to 8-foot road? And I'm hearing you say yes, because that's what we're talking about, or am I hearing you say no?
I think the answer is probably no, but I would say that if you approach the problem and say that if everyone else has built a house along that road, they live there now, and all of a sudden you have people that have bought unapproved parcels on that same road, that if you're saying that they cannot build on that same road, in part, you better make some serious disclosure to all the real estate agents in the county.
Okay, I'm circling you in. That's what I want to do.
But it's a parity and an equity issue, and we grappled with this, and within the state law and the county law, this is the best craft of an ordinance we could come up with that would address not every one of the problems, but a great majority of them.
So the committee would not consider recording that document when you pull a building permit?
The so-called disclaimer,
Yes.
you could.
If you all would consider it, or the board would consider amending this, somehow saying that document has to be recorded before the permit can be pulled simultaneously. I just thought about that, I cannot.
That's up to the boards, that's up to you people to decide what you
Okay,
want
I'll
to
see
do.
if I can give them some chocolate. Thank you, David, I appreciate
Okay,
it.
any other board member want to comment?
I don't have a comment, but I'd like to get a little bit further information on the subject that Supervisor Callaway brought up, and hear from both County Council and Public Works Interim Director on what their interpretation of the ordinance before us on that subject, and secondly, what your opinion would be related to a recordation of the disclaimer.
Mr. Miller?
Good morning, Mike Diller, Interim Director of Public Works. The issue that came before you last time was the word road, not the word driveway. And that's where there seems to be this interchangeable use of the term. And I want to be very clear so you understand this. If this driveway serves a single parcel, or this existing road serves a single parcel, then that's a driveway. You call it a road, it can be a driveway. But if that is continued and it goes to a second parcel, it becomes a road. And once it goes from that first parcel to the second parcel, and it now becomes a road, it meets the current standards that we have. Today we have, I'm going to say right now in the county, we have 3 or 4 cases where people have done parcel splits. They had a driveway going to their parcel, then they split it, and they want to just continue the driveway, and our code says, no, it's now a road. It's no longer a driveway. It was a driveway when it served the single parcel. Now it goes to the road standard. I think we have one in Murphy's, and I'm aware of a couple others that are out there. So the issue we had last time was people were interchanging the word driveway and road, and we want to be very, very clear that when it goes beyond that one parcel, if it's pre-existing part of 91, it still has to meet that 10, but as soon as it leaves that parcel and starts to serve another parcel, it meets the current road requirements.
Do you feel that the language that's here before us adequately meets your needs in that regard?
Well, you've given me the latitude So say substantially meets, and I would use that to apply our code. I've also talked to staff in the engineering division, and we feel there's some clarifying things that we need to come back to for fees and stuff for inspection of these that are going to be under public works responsibility. We're working on an internal memo. We wanted to wait until after the reading was done and come back to you and provide you with this information so it'll be very clear to people that you can't build what they call a road and we call a driveway to more than one parcel. And we'll also have to have fees for inspection for these types of things that are going to be built. So we will be back to you if and when this is adopted for some clarifying language that we will apply.
And on the question of recordation,
We don't really have an opinion, but if it's recorded, it makes it our job easier.
Mr. Miller, do you have any response to Roger's comments that he thought that the chief building official would be the more appropriate person to make these determinations?
We have always said that if it's a driveway, chief building official should be where it's at. It's part of that pad, part of that. It's not touching us, except at the point of encroachment off of a public road. That's where we come in. You get the encroachment permit. Other than that, it's a driveway. Chief building official can do it. But once they tie into our road, then there's an encroachment process, and they have to meet our conditions at the point where the road meets.
Well, that's always been that way.
Becomes a road.
The driveway, if it serves a single parcel, is a driveway. If it goes beyond that parcel, it becomes a road and it meets our road template requirements.
What is it?
Our current one, our current minimum one, and we have to defer to Robert because I don't have my cheat sheet in front of me, but there's a minimum standard that's greater than a 10-foot width.
19 for minimum service road. 19 feet.
19 feet minimum service road.
So if I have a lot and I was servicing my lot by a driveway, I decided to split it and use that driveway to access the back parcel, it would then have to be made up to a 19-foot
Road standard.
road standard.
If it's no longer a driveway, it's a road. If you didn't do this, what you could do is you could continue to split land into smaller and smaller units. So we might have 15 or 20 homes all served by a 10-foot road, which would be impossible. This prevents that from happening. Just a clarification, existing lots and not new subdivisions.
Existing lots, it only applies to existing lots. Any other board member want to weigh in on this?
well, I had the other question for council and wanted to add something to that, which is there have been some allusions both in terms of our existing circumstances as it relates to county liabilities and whatever circumstances would exist should we pass this ordinance and possible liabilities. You have in the past suggested that we have neither, but I'd like to hear you on that subject as well.
Sure, on the point of liability, I don't believe there's potential liability on the county. The issuance of the building permit does not imply the existence of legal right to get to the property. It may be interpreted that way, but as a matter of what, it's not a grant of an easement. The county has no ability to grant such an easement. So I don't believe that the liability exists. If the goal is to give notice to buyers, I have a concern about the recordation. The government code that contains a lot of requirements. It instructs the recorder to record any instrument or document that affects title or possession of real property and meets state other requirements of state law. So this fact of notice, in looking at the code as it's sitting here, doesn't seem to be covered. So my guess is it probably could be recorded, but if the board wants to amend this ordinance to make that a requirement, I'd like to have some time to be 100% sure that it can be recorded before you direct it to the parties in the recording to accept the document that they may not be able to accept.
Uh-oh.
Jen Kelly, County Council. I actually am the one who worked on that language based on what was given to me by the last committee. It's not recordable in that form, and it would need much more additional work. In addition, the signatures would have to be notarized, and there's costs associated with that. And I am not actually sure if you sit here today that you can make that type of document recordable. Based on the language that Jim just read, I'm not sure that affects possession or title to the property. So we would have to work with the county recorder's office because she exercises discretion on whether to record these. An ordinance cannot direct her to record documents. She would have to be satisfied that it's a recordable document.
And it certainly would have to be a notarized document, the complication of the process. Well, I think the request from our should be that if you want to amend the ordinance, I'll give us a chance to be sure that it can be recorded.
Did that satisfy your question, sir?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, I would just like to weigh in on the methodology that we employed to get to where we are here. We began to wrestle with this thorny issue back, I think it was in August, when we came before the board. I am certainly no expert on this, and Roger alluded to the fact that this is an extremely complicated issue. That may be a gross understatement, Roger, but it certainly goes beyond my capability to sort this out, and so I thought it was very appropriate that the board in its wisdom appointed this committee that was made up of some of the finest minds in this county. They worked long and hard on this. They worked, I don't know how many meetings you had, but I went to at least one of them, and as Roger said, I didn't make any comments, I just listened, but I was very impressed about the thoroughness of their deliberations and the level of intelligence that they brought to trying to craft something that the board could approve. I would, seemingly to me, if we don't validate what they've done for us, in a way, we're making a fairly loud statement here that we don't, we appoint a committee of experts and then we don't go along with their conclusions, and that's a strange thing in my mind. But
I don't rubber stamp just because they did it, nor do I rubber stamp staff.
okay, well, that's.
Can we have the public comment?
We certainly will. Yeah, I just wanted to pontificate a little bit. All right, if there are no further board comments, the mic is open, but bear in mind you have 5 minutes.
My name is Dean Borderell, and I'd like to point out that we've had ordinances that have been in effect for 8 years, and the county has never enforced them. If these ordinances had been enforced in the past, none of these would come up now. We've had ordinance that said you had to have a deed of easement to get a building permit. That was never enforced. We've had ordinance that says in order for a road to be made as a public maintained road, it had to have requirements. They've never been enforced. There isn't 1 square inch of my driveway that will meet any requirements. And the county is claiming my driveway as a public road. And if the prior ordinance has never been enforced, I don't see how you can start enforcing them now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bordelon.
My name is Darren Bordelon. I'm the son of Dean, who just spoke. You guys go back and forth on this landlocked issue and whatnot. If you guys were to go back to the original homesteads that these things were broken down from, it would be the responsibility of that homestead to provide any more split. You do not go to the neighbors and to other places, and because it might be a little bit more easy, or something and start asking somebody else for property that doesn't belong to them. If you're gonna take 100 and something acres and split it, and keep them splits and them roads within that 100 and something acres, it makes a lot more sense than going through all this hocus pocus. Now, back to what he said, okay? I got a church next door to me, or so-called church. The guy uses it for a tax write-off. He's got a $15 million spread. He pays less taxes than your average guy does because he hired a $35,000 preacher and he has church on it every week. Well, every week on this little 10-foot driveway that we own, they come in and they run through it like it's a commercial area. As a matter of fact, he has a couple meetings a year that has 4,000 to 5,000 people going up and down this road. But you guys don't, we call up and complain, and that's quite okay, because for some reason he has more property rights to our property than we do. Okay? And now they're building behind us, and they've got easements, and the county, there's way too many people accessing my driveway that you guys say is county maintained, and we're going to court that you guys are going to probably try and sue me on prescriptive rights, which you're not going to get the right to. And during all of this meeting stuff, Cal Fire came inside to our place, and he's going to back us on this and boot our neighbors off so I can validate my lawsuit against the county, and I'm going to be seeking damages up the yin-yang. But what I'm trying to state is, if you guys don't want to see this later on, you guys ought to get Cal Fire involved in this. They require that the road has so much asphalt on it, so that when they come in and to fight for safety of the people that live in that area, what they're fighting, they got to have safety for their own personnel. You can't run them in on a mud road and expect them to do, they got to have a standard to live by too, okay? And if you're going to endanger them, and if you guys were to involve them, I'm sure you guys would have seen that they want 19 feet, okay? Or they want pull-out. Or they also want something that handles 6,000 pounds per square foot of road, okay? None of that comes in on any of this show, and it probably doesn't in a lot of other things. But what I'm trying to say is, if you guys are going to sit there and hash this out, you ought to get the people that are going to be responsible to put their lives on the line to come and rescue these problems when there is a problem. It's been pretty fantastic what the fire has done with these planes and stuff, because there's been a few fires up in the canyons of Mulholland River that I thought were going to turn into disasters that they managed to get a handle on. Okay, I live right next to Murray Creek, which is a disaster down there. It's straight up and down, it's thicker than ever. If a fire gets in there at the wrong time of year, there's a lot of people that don't have a chance. Okay, and there's a lot of goat trails going back there that the fire department's going to say, we're not putting our personnel in. Okay, so your decisions today and in the future should require Cal Fire's input and some of the standards that they put on the table, because when they sit there and say, we're not going in and risking our personnel, that means everybody that lives out there is on their own. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon.
Hello again. I've been building in this county since 1982. None of these issues came up until we had a community development director, previous to Mr. Taylor, decide to make it the building department's responsibility to determine access to a parcel before issuing a building permit. I personally do not believe that it's the building department's job to determine whether somebody that owns a legal parcel and is paying taxes on it has a right to build a house or any other dwelling on their property. I believe that it is not the building department's job to determine what is legal access and what isn't. That's for the courts to decide. There are a lot of different accesses to different parcels, a helicopter, a boat, and so for the county to decide that all of a sudden after 150 years we're going to make people have a legal access is where the can of worms was opened. And it will not go away, because if you pass an ordinance that somebody that has had a parcel and been paying taxes on that for 100 years now can't build their house and retire on it, you're going to have lawsuits there. So the litigation and the problems between neighbors is not going to go away when you make an ordinance requiring legal access. The fact that the building department asked for proof of legal access is where this all started and where it should be done away with, because that is for the courts to decide what's legal access. I'll give you an example. The first house I built in this county was in Burson in 1982. Cobb Lane ended at this 10-acre parcel that we purchased, And that was the end of the road. It was a road to the other 5-acre parcels. We built a house on this 10-acre parcel. We continued that road as a driveway through our 10-acre parcel to the other neighbors, who were all friends, everybody got along, and the neighbors were allowed to use that driveway. It wasn't a road. We put a gate at the beginning of that driveway where the road ended and the driveway began. Those neighbors used that driveway of ours with our permission for 10 years. We sold that parcel of land, and all of the neighbors sued us because we had been allowing people to go across our driveway on our private property for those 10 years and claimed that they had a prescribed easement. They did not have a prescribed easement, as they found out in wasting a lot of money in court, because there was a gate there, and that's where the road stopped and the driveway began. Because that gate was controlled by us, they did not have a road or a prescribed easement, and they could not use that way anymore. But these issues are something for the courts to decide, not a building inspector, not a planning person at the desk. And if there's a creation of a new parcel, as of now, it would behoove the county to require them to put in a road to the proper standards. But for the county to try and go back and amend 100 years of misappropriations and grandfather clauses, prescribed easements, unrecorded parcels would be a big mistake, because you would be depriving landowners of land that they have a parcel and are paying taxes on, not to have their rights to that property to build a house. And how they get to that house is not your concern. Whether they walk by goat trail or skydive in is not something that the county needs to enforce. The county needs to allow those property owners the right to build a house on their property. The subdivision is another issue. There are laws on subdivision, but you can't go back and undo 100 years of subdivision that's been inappropriate.
If you have concluded, you're out of time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Happy New Year again. One of the, I'm Al Segal, representing the Calgary County Taxpayer Association. One of the reasons our group was formed was these kind of problems. We, at the beginning, we believed that it was a non-problem. And a non-problem was intensified and intensified and to a level where probably $1 million worth of people's salaries have been spent in meetings trying to resolve a non-problem. The reason why it's a non-problem, it's not that there are not problems between neighbors. There always have been. And it is a fact that any property in California has a legal easement. They have a legal right of access. It's either prescriptive or easement of necessity. Sure, there's plenty of issues between neighbors, especially when an existing driveway that's been used to haul hay or cattle is now being used to for a much higher use. But we're not talking about a new subdivision here. We're talking about existing roads that have been there forever. I think the Supreme Court has ruled that every legal parcel in this country, the person does have a right to at least build a home. So it seems that a person who has a legal right, just as Mr. Stevens said, they have a right to build a home, they're taxpayers, and the issue of how their access is a separate matter. Okay, we previously pointed out there's several levels of law involved. One is regulatory law, which you're involved with. You make regulatory law. There's another body of law that's older than you are. It's several thousand years old. It's called common law. These are common law issues. Access, easements, are common law issues. And common law has provided a means for them to be resolved when they can't be resolved with the neighbors directly. So this committee that was formed did a heck of a job and taxpayers concur with their recommendations. However, we still don't understand why we have to codify 10 feet, because, as Maria pointed out, that could be a problem in some case, and so it's not perfect. But apparently, they think it has to be in there, so we go along with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Segala. Anybody else wishing to make a comment?
Joe Kelly, if you could please, for the people here and the people at home watching this later, if you decide to go forward with this and then make those necessary changes and remove 810.340B and leave the 1273.10 Title 14 Natural Resources, the 10-foot width in place, will this require another hearing? For those of you that are against it, I will add some more fire to it. I'm not, and I want to express this, I'm not against what this committee did. I was part of the committee. I was one of all the members that voted approval of this, because I looked at it as we're trying to find a solution. But I had a lot of concerns, and I tried to put them out on the table and get them addressed, and we did address a lot of my concerns. But my biggest concern is not to do with this committee's actions, it's to do with how the overlay of this thing, and once again, the Brown Act. I'm going to rebut County Council. County Council last time, December, said that it was an ad hoc committee. Well, he read the ordinances. Well, the ordinance of the Brown Act does give you the ability as a legal authority to create a committee and task it as a Brown Act committee. Now, a number of people have been given the impression that that was it, and it came from the former director of CDA that that's what she wanted, was a Brown Act committee. And through her term, until she left, it was a Brown Act committee being noticed to the people. After that, it was not. And I addressed last time how I contacted the CAO, he contacted the CDA interim director, he contacted County Council came back, gave him some information, said, no, you're not, you're an ad hoc committee. You know, I hear a lot of things in this county that always says, we want the people, we want it to be a very transparent operation going on here. Then it should be just flat out. Everything is open to at least be addressed for hearings on that agency's website. And if you don't want to do it to the public entities of newspapers and that, hey, that's fine. It may not be fine within the law, but to me it's fine. And this is what I'm concerned about, is we're not getting the transparency that we want and require as citizens of the state of California. And if it continues then, I would say that 3 of you took an oath this morning, and you're violating your oath. The others have violated the oath in the past of last year, when they did not address this, bring the issue up to clarify whether it was in fact a Brown Act through the minutes recording of that board meeting. So I leave it in your hands. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Jones.
maybe I can add something to this discussion, try to address some problems. This committee would in fact be a Brown Act committee. Mr. Kelly is correct. It would be a Brown Act committee if it was created by ordinance, resolution, or formal action of this body. I've asked, I pulled the minutes of the meeting, and the meeting took place on the point is that at the conclusion of this item at that meeting, the chair pulled the board. The vote was not taken. The chair pulled the board, and the majority of the board directed the community development director to do a variety of things. One of which was, and I quote, number 4, create an ad hoc legal access committee. So my position, my opinion to this board is that the board directed that staff established this committee as specified membership. And for that reason, this is not a Brown Act committee.
Yes, Supervisor Walensky?
I think that we've had this argument a number of times before this board, and I'd like to try to get to the heart of it. There's a legal aspect to this, but there's also a process and administrative aspect to it. And I think that the wishes of this board, at least as expressed a number of times in a number of contexts, is that things that are county operations as best as possible, and certainly committees that are operating with on issues, around issues that have a great deal of public concern attached to them on all sides, it would be best for us to let people know about it. It doesn't have to be a Brown Act committee to give 72 hours notice. It doesn't have to be a Brown Act committee to operate with minutes and report outs. It doesn't have to be a Brown Act committee to operate with transparency. And it would seem to me that without the technical arguments that have beset this issue, that we can simply make best policy by trying to have every committee that's associated with county activity be as open as possible and as transparent and as participatory as possible, especially when it involves an issue which has a great deal of advocacy on all sides of it. Just my comment on the topic, but I hope that maybe as we establish future committees, that we can not only consider the legal designation for it, but also what's the context that we wish to relate to our public.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidt?
Hi, Bill Schmidt. Right now, the county ordinance 2144, which is the right to farm ordinance, in that ordinance, it's required that real estate agents provide a copy of that ordinance to the buyer and the seller at the time of sale. And I would suggest that if you want a notice sort of thing, Maria, that something similar to that could be tacked into this ordinance, where as the real estate transfer occurs, that people are noticed that you may or may not have whatever your concern is, that might be a way to.
I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. The two pitfalls. One, you all have 10 pages of notification for buyers, and far be it for me to want to add another one. But a lot of these are parcels people have owned for years.
True.
And so it's already passed, and now they just want to pull a permit. And that's where...
No, I get that. I'm just trying to, from your...
Bring it up to the Board of Realtors. From you, not from me.
Also, I'd like to, that when this situation first arose, we had a real estate transaction about to close, and our buyer went in to inquire about a building permit and was told he had approved deeded access to his property along a historic road that already had prescriptive rights. So we collected 9 easement deeds in which all of the neighbors, God bless them, they were all nice enough, and there wasn't one guy at the head of the road that said no, because he realized that road had been there forever and everybody had already passed it. So we got 9 easement deeds that everybody gave each other the right, and we recorded them. But those easement deeds, if one of those properties gets foreclosed, that easement deed is void and it all goes away. So I can prove deeded access with this easement deed. But just the little twist, I can go to if I gotta have deeded access to this property, I could show that to you. But if the lender forecloses on that because they were not noticed per se of that deed, it affects their lien on the property. That's away goes that legal access, but I can still prove it to you after the fact. So, and lastly, we talked about 1986 with this ordinance and 1991 for this ordinance and the general plan, but until the Subdivision Map Act came along in 1972, access didn't have to be proven in any way, shape, or form. It was just 4x4 these properties, and there was a road, and good enough. It got the subdivision or the parcel map or even a survey sometimes was the document that let these parcels be created. They were created legally at the time, and now they don't have that cachet of having access. So those are a few things. That's why I think also one more time, these guys that hammered this out did a great job, and I wouldn't rubber stamp anything either, but by God, you should rubber stamp what they've done. They really did an excellent job, and I thank them again. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
One more time.
Mr. Borgadon, when you were up here before, you spoke for about a minute and a half, so that gives you 3.5 on this subject.
When the county claims a road going through somebody else's property, then they're stealing that road. When the property owner pays taxes on that road, then that property belongs to him. And when the road does not meet county qualifications, some of this should be omitted from the government's claim. You claim to have a government and make county ordinances, but then you don't take the responsibility to enforce them or enforce that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Do I have any more minutes?
No.
Under all of us, again, good morning. Almost good afternoon if we were out. That's too bad. It's a way to start a new year. However, if you want to change applicable laws retroactively, then you have to change your responsibility perspective. You want to apply a set of standards based on the committee's decision today, or recommendations today, that retroactively impacts or changes the application of something that was but you also have the option of exempting that portion of property from any future property taxes. But if you want to apply tomorrow's standards to 1980, you have some legal problems. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
All right. I'd like to draw this to a conclusion if we can, and I want to give everybody an ample opportunity to talk. Any members of the public? Okay, then I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for further discussion. Don't everybody jump in at once.
I stated my position. I'm not going to support this if it's so moved by my colleagues.
Do you still hold your position that if we found a way to record this, that would make a difference to your vote?
Yes.
Could I ask the chair to hold the board regarding that particular aspect?
Okay, I'm willing to do that, but I want a clarification. Is this, as Mr. Schmidt was suggesting, if we put this on the same level as the disclosure on the ag things that...
I don't believe that was what Supervisor Callaway was referring to.
Okay. All right, Supervisor Tryon, how do you feel about the requirement to have a legal recordation?
I support that requirement.
I support that requirement if it makes the difference to Supervisor Callaway.
I would support it also.
You're not going to support it?
Oh, I'm supporting it, but you know, might see if there's a motion out there to approve it as is. Because this then has to go back to the board.
If, okay, what you're saying is that if we approved it today with the minor modifications, we could do it today. I am very much inclined to agree that whatever legal level of further threshold that we could put on this, if it's prudent to do that, then we should do it. And if we have to bring it back for approval later, then I would be in favor of that. So on the polling, we're all in agreement that that should happen. So
Yes, I would want to add also that that would not prevent the Board of Realtors from initiating disclosures as they see fit. But I would think that would be a good contribution.
okay, so I'd like to take care of the other bit of housekeeping on this particular thing. We had a suggestion that there was an error that in the A1 paragraph that we should strike the 8.10.340B. Are we polling the board? Are we in concurrence that that should be stricken?
What does it say that we're striking?
There was testimony here that in the specific paragraph there, you want to address that, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think it was clearly correctly pointed out that we did not catch a correction that was directed in the previous board meeting, which Mr. Sommer had referred to as a double call-out, which basically was conflicting road widths. And so by eliminating the reference to in line 8 of section A1, eliminating section 8-10-340B and the word and just leave the section 123.10 in there, that would eliminate that double call-out, and that should have been taken care of in this way.
Okay. Is it polling the board on that? Supervisor Tryon, Walensky?
Yes.
Okay, and Cal, well, I think we're in concurrence on that.
That's okay. I
apologize. But you are a vice chair shadow. Yeah. This is going to appear to be very picayunish, and I apologize for it, but on A2, the sentence starts out with a period. That's kind of, so let's get rid of that. And then finally, I'd like to poll the board on how they feel about this issue about whether who's going to be the designee to make this first threshold of determination. Should it be the building official, or as it's listed here, the head of public works?
If it is a road, it is public works. If it is a driveway, it's building. So are we supposed to be trying to codify that, or it's just, that's the direction of this board? Of all roads of public works, driveways are, the building department.
All right, well,
That's
is
further.
Mr. Wood still here? I'd like to ask the chairman of this committee a question specific to that. David, I can't remember exactly the context under which you mentioned it, but you said something about these parcels, that 90% of them are single-family type of parcels and not subdivisions. Is that, did you say something like that? But what I'm trying to get to is what can we venture a guess about how many of these would be in the driveway classification versus the road classification? I'd like us to craft some sort of language that would say that this is specifically addressing primary or accessory single-family residential dwellings. So logically, would imply to me that when you talk about a driveway, in which case the building official would be the appropriate person.
I think the quote I said was that we thought that this ordinance would address 90% of the problems.
Okay.
There's always going to be a small percentage. This driveway, off-site driveway road issue is probably one of the thorns. I believe Supervisor Walensky said that in his district this is common. We have these areas where for 30, 40, 50 years people have got to their house from a driveway to a driveway to a driveway. We could not come up with a perfect solution to this, because if you say that adjacent property owner along this, I'm going to use the term driveway, but it serves many people, which in public works minds would make a road. If they wanted to build a single-family residence, and we approach it from that template of roads, you are really at a point of having to say that anybody that is wants to build in that situation probably is not going to be able to do it. Any property they buy, they're not going to be able to utilize, because it's going to be financially too expensive for them to basically rebuild that whole driveway to a driveway to a driveway to make it to a new road standard. And that is one of the thorniest issues that we couldn't. This county is riddled with historic roads from the 1850s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, when much of the patented land came from the federal government. All of the roads at that time crossed public lands to get to private end holdings, and that's how they transitioned this to private holdings. And many of those historical roads are not fully recognized today because they're not publicly maintained in a public road. So I guess I don't have a complete answer, but I would say that maybe we're not done. Maybe there's additional work. I guess I would say to appeal to the board to move forward with this is that you have an ordinance on the book now. It's a very poor, very unclear ordinance. There's been a lot of problems. I think this is a whole lot better. Might we need to revisit it and deal with some of these thornier issues that are the last 10%? Yes. You will.
Okay.
Is that volunteering to the task?
All right. I think that this is an important issue here about who makes that determination. That this is a subject for future discussion, but I personally feel like that enforcing a wide and a widespread basis a 19-foot wide road cross section on a steep slope where the road is bisecting the slope is borders on nonsensical in a mountainous county that's trying to maintain its rural atmosphere. So I want to, first blush of my future recommendation that we look at a hillside grading ordinance that would do some intelligent looking about how we cut across our hillsides. So Public, no, the public hearing is closed. But on the issue of building official versus the public works director, I'm going to close the polling of the board. Do you want to leave it as it stands, as the public works director, Supervisor Fine?
I support the public works director for roads and the building director for driveways.
Okay, so we have it changed so that there would be this a delineation of where the jurisdiction would take place. Okay. Supervisor Bonsi?
I agree with Brian.
I agree with Brian.
It was my idea.
With Maria, who's agreeing with Mike Miller.
It was my idea. I agree with Mr. Miller.
Okay. Yes, county staff made note of that.
Two issues. One is obviously we could wordsmith this to insert the appropriate language for the building official for all matters driveways and the public works director for all matters roads. If in fact your board gets to the point where it wants to do that, if it says we want to go to the next mile, which my people indicated in recording some kind of document, then that's an additional level of amendment to this document that we'd have to come back. And I think that's the county council's concerns for the new first reading.
The recording is not even mentioned in here, so.
That's right.
It's definitely a significant change.
So we would bring that back to you with incorporating the changes you've spoken to now. Work with council on how we would come up with language regarding recording some notice, and bring that back to review of the board as a new first reading ordinance.
Yes, Supervisor.
While we've got you up here, the committee in the last iteration of this before the new year expressed some concern that we have an ordinance now that we're operating on one understanding, and that expired on the 31st. So the question would be what would govern us as we moved it out? Do we need to extend the expired policy, or do you feel comfortable with the number of things coming in that this would process up and take two more readings?
Well, I'd have to get some guidance from council as to what our legal obligations are. But certainly if we can turn this around quickly, it shouldn't take too long.
2 weeks.
Okay, that seems to conclude our discussion on this. Is there an appropriate, can somebody tender up an appropriate motion at this point?
Well, I just move that we move this out 2 weeks with the changes as directed by the board to.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded that we bring this back in a couple of weeks and with the amendments. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? Hearing none, it's approved 5-0. Thank you very much for all your effort, committee and board and members of the public. Okay. If we can just continue on with our agenda, please. Okay, we're going to take up to about 30 seconds here. The clock is running, Jason. Supervisor Papanelli has pointed out that we do have an item 11A that is an addendum to the agenda. Mr. Taylor, we have a little bit of housekeeping here. We had a late submitted addendum this morning, 11A, that is from Public Works. It's a discussion of possible action regarding amendment order authorizing adjustment of transit charter service rates. This will be presented by Public Works. Good morning.
Good morning, Jamie Azarban, Department of Public Works.
California Transit currently provides charter services as allowed per state and federal regulations at a rate of $55 per hour for the first 5 hours and a rate of $65 per hour for each additional hour. The current rates are not consistent with the Transportation Development Act, which requires that public agencies not compete unfairly with private operators. We are required as a public agency to charge a rate that is at least equal to the average of the 3 lowest rates charged by private providers serving the same area. To maintain compliance with TDA, Public Works is recommending that the board approve an adjusted rate schedule of $76 per hour and $86 for the first 5 hours and $86 per hour for each additional hour.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve this action. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? It is 5-1. 5-0. Excuse me. Thank you, Jamie. Now we can go to item 12. This is a public hearing and possible board action regarding zoning amendment 2006-36, tentative subdivision tract map and a variance and road modification for MCE, LLC. The subject property is located on the east side of State Highway 4 and approximately 1/10 of a mile northeast of the intersection with State Highway 4 and Tomville Road in Murphys. This is coming to us from the Community Development Agency.
Again, Mr. Chairman, John Taylor, Community Development Agency. Again, this is a public hearing on the matter. I would recommend that your board take a staff report and then open up the public hearing. Also entertain any input from the applicant that they may want to provide. Ms. Winifred Wilson of our staff is available here and will provide a staff report on this.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Winifred Wilson from the Community Development Agency. The project that is before you today involves full entitlement permit application, a zoning amendment from R3 to that is multi-family residential to R3PD, plan development, for the 4.47 acres northern parcel, and from C2 to C2PD for the southerly, smaller 0.44 acre parcel, for the primary purpose of density averaging. A subdivision was also proposed to subdivide the subject property into 19 residential lots, with the 20th lot comprising the open space common area, the interior 10-foot drainage corridor, as well as the interior roadway. A variance application was also requested to seek relief from the provision of the county building setback requirements regarding encroachment into the setback area by the proposed retaining wall up to 24 foot high. A road modification application was also requested to seek a deviation from the minimum 300-foot design curve radius requirement for the interior roadway. This proposal was heard by the Planning Commission at the Planning Commission hearing on November 20, 2008. The Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of this project with an addition of to the Planning Department condition that no structure or fencing be allowed within the 4-foot wide public easement. This 4-foot wide public easement includes both the 8-foot wide pedestrian path and the future bikeway. Will be consistent with the Murphy circulation, pedestrian, bicycling, and parking plan. I would like to present this board staff report by way of a slide presentation instead of using these exhibits on display prepared by the applicant's agent. If you look at slide 1, figure 2, in your packet. It shows the zoning district and the aerial photo of the project site, sorry. The project is located on the east side of State Highway 4 and approximately 0.1 miles northeast of the intersection between Tombell Road and State Highway. The project is an infill development surrounded by development on all three sides, with mobile home parks on the east, the commercial properties to the south, and those proposed subdivisions to the west of the State Highway. The project is located within the Murphy-Douglas Flat Community Plan. The next slide shows a plan view of the proposed subdivision. This subdivision is accessed off of Tombell Road by an interior driveway with a future access to the adjacent parcel to the north. This future access will serve as a future secondary access for the proposed subdivision. The retaining walls along the perimeter of the project site would be landscaped and terraced as needed, with a maximum height of 24 feet at the northeast corner. The next slide shows this is figure 3B, shows the interior, the center line profile of the interior road. That is the vertical alignment, extending all the way from the entrance over here at the intersection with Tombell Road and all the way to the north property line. Also on this map, it shows a cross-section from west to east. The cross-section of the northerly parcel of Lot 9 and Lot 15 through the center line of the road, extending from the riparian corridor along the west all the way to the east property line. You see here, this is the east property line. It shows the terrace retaining wall, and that's the northerly pad close to the riparian corridor. And this is the center line of the road. I don't know if you can see the broken line that's showing the existing grade. The land area to the east of the center line shows the amount of excavation, and the land area to the west of the center line shows the amount of fill. Both fills and cuts are balanced on site. The next slide shows a conceptual landscape plan showing landscaping on both the front yard area as well as the terraces. The project provides more than the total landscape required, that's required by the PD overlay zone. The project proposed a total of, I believe, 28,596 square feet of landscape area, as opposed to the minimum of 17,000, roughly more than 17,000 square feet, as required by code. The next slides are the site photos taken by staff. Photo 1 is looking northeast towards the east boundary with the mobile home park to the east. Photo 2 shows it's a slide looking north. What happened?
You got to go back.
Okay. Photo 2 shows looking northwest towards Angels Creek. Photo 3 is a slideshow looking southwest towards Tombell Road, and photo 4 is looking northeast from the commercial property. Before I complete my presentation, I want to make an amendment to this project. I would like to add a condition to clarify and amend the public dedication, the public easement requirement. And this is going to be on page 7, Roman numeral 5 of the board resolution. This is going to say, dedicate to the public the 10-foot wide corridor between lot 5 and lot 6 over here.
Where are you?
I see page 7 of the, okay, let me.
You're talking about the narrow piece going down to the creek?
Yeah, let me use my arrow here.
There you go.
This is the dedicate to the public, the 10-foot wide corridor. You see the stone green
There you
corridor?
go.
Between lot 5 and 6. Okay? And that portion of the lot 20 from the rear property line over here. You see that from the rear property line of lot 4, which is over here, lot 4, to lot 10, all the way to the state highway. In other words,
To the retaining wall, which is the back.
the rear property line is really west. You see let me show it with the arrow. This is the retaining wall, and that's the property line. See that property line?
Okay, that's fine.
It's going to extend to encompass, in other words, this public easement is going to encompass the stream as well. It's going to encompass the entire riparian corridor, all the way to the state highway. It's widened. So that's the amendment, addition, Roman numeral 5 on page 7 of the planning department conditions. This concludes staff presentation. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. And also the applicant and the agents are here to answer any questions.
Any questions of staff?
I have a correction I'd like to make or propose. On page 2 of the resolution approving the variance request on conditions of approval, number 4, this permit will expire January 6, 2012, concurrently with the tentative subdivision. That's the 3-year expiration, not December 16, 2012. The variance is linked to the parent tract, and so it should really, correct, they should be linked together. Other than December 16. And of course, in my usual fashion, I just have a question about the oaks along the riparian corridor will remain. I had trouble finding it. I know they have to do a landscape plan.
Yeah, it's in the initial study. It's mentioned in the initial study under aesthetics, I think. And also mentioned in the staff report that all the existing vegetation in the riparian corridor will remain undisturbed, intact. We cannot remove them.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So, just let me interject this for clarification. We were talking about a 8-foot pathway, and what you're suggesting is that 8-foot pathway is going to have to meander through and avoid any tree of significance.
The 8-foot pathway, pedestrian path, is part of the 12-foot wide public easement.
Okay, but I just heard you say that there would be a requirement that no tree could be taken down to put that pathway in. That strikes me as being illogical.
The existing trees, if it is the pathway, the 12-foot pathway, they may have to remove some of the trees. But other than that, there are willows, there are some very old.
Okay, well, I'm just mentioning that just for clarification that we're not going to hamper the ability to put in this pedestrian pathway by coming up to a tree and say, can't do that.
I might chain myself to it, and they want to take out a
any others are marked?
I'll wait till they're calling for a flood, and then I'll put the lock on the chain. That's why I suggest tree sitting.
He's tree sitting would be safer than that. Supervisor Walensky, did you have a question?
Yes, this is a general question. Doing this kind of tight infill in hilly areas is often difficult and made sometimes more so by a variety of rules and regs and conditions that have to be met. For instance, the road widths and the need to cut and fill in equal proportion. I'm often worried that sometimes all these requirements result in unintended consequences. That is, greater cuts, higher retaining walls, things that don't go well with our topography. And I think, of course, it's very hard to get integrated rural systems that fit for all types of development in the foothills. But I wonder if staff has any comments on whether the outcome regarding the cut and fill and the height of retaining walls was an intended consequence or an accidental one based on attempts to comply with a variety of things that just didn't add up in this situation.
It's the latter. The maximum 20-foot high retaining wall is only confined to the northeast corner. The reason why you need to have such a high wall is to contain the amount of cuts and fills. At the same time, the interior, their interior road has to comply with the horizontal alignment as required by the road ordinance, and the vertical alignment plus the PEC. So there's this engineering constraint, plus the topographical constraint that dictates, the govern the height of the wall. And bear in mind, the mobile home park residents, they look down into the wall because they're at a higher elevation. The higher elevation is at the east property line. So they're not looking up at the wall, they're looking sort of down. And there are landscape features on the terraces of the wall. So mostly it's engineering constraints of building the interior roads that they have to comply with the road ordinance that, govern determine the retaining walls they have to be.
And I would just simply add that when you have an applicant that wants to desire to maximize the density allowed on the property, you're going to have kind of sometimes a collision of requirements in order to pack all of that development into a small area. So certainly a lot of it is dependent upon the property owner and how they perceive the best value of the property.
Any questions?
This access road is Palm Bell Road. It goes from Highway 4 and it's being used for access to the mobile home park. Those people that live in the mobile home now use that road.
I think so. Palm Bell Road right now is a public road, but it's supposed to be privately maintained, but no one so far has participated in the private maintenance. I believe mobile home park was the first one to use that road. But in the future, I think Palm Bell Road is going to be annexed to become a PRD, public, permanent road division, so that the county will take over. But right now, it is not a public.
Yeah, I've had conversations with public works that nobody knows who's maintaining it right now, but it's basically at county standards. It's being used for both a shopping center, as you pull in on the left, dentistry office, and medical on the right. It goes into the Diggins, and now we'll have this development that will be accessing that. And that will then bring us to the intersection of that signal light where we're trying to try to get more traffic there and do something to limit the ingress and ingress onto Highway 4 so we can keep the traffic flowing along Highway 4. One of the good things in this project is we are eliminating, I think it's one access point, Ted, to Highway 4 from a couple of sort of rental buildings that are going to be no longer there. So we're doing away with an access point to Highway 4. One of the conditions, if you look into the public works, is to continue the sidewalk on the side of Palm Bell Road where it doesn't exist, and I think there are a couple other public works conditions that will bring the road totally up to county standards. And I think it's an overlay of Palm Bell Road plus continuing the sidewalk on the other side. And I am encouraging Public Works, I don't know how successful I'll be, but I'm encouraging Public Works, since there are so many both commercial and residential and other uses to Palm Bell Road, that once it's brought up to county standards as a consequence of this project, that it be brought into the county maintained system for that short duration where everybody is using it. So I don't know how successful I'll be with Michael on that, but I would, hopefully we'll be revisiting that at another time.
Does that conclude your comments? Brandon, do you have any questions? Okay, I would want to make some statements here and observations. The constraints put on this applicant by Public Works to match the grades at both ends of the street it presents a kind of a challenge. But speaking to Mr. Taylor's comment about what we have here as a result of trying to get the maximum density on this project, I am not pleased with the fact that you've got the Murphy-Douglas Flat Community Plan, General Plan recommendations, and the last one pops off the page to me that the design of the project should be such that it preserves the natural features of the site to maximum extent. I come from a background where I've built retaining walls a bunch. And this particular design, and I'll be looking for the applicant to convince me otherwise, it seems a very stark thing to produce on these the lots 12 and 13, 14 to a lesser extent. But you have a system, and I haven't, it says on the presentation here that there's supposed to be an engineered system to the satisfaction of the agencies in Calaveras County. But there, as you might imagine, there are all sorts of retaining wall systems, and I don't know, there's no geologic report here that know where my conclusion would be that you're digging in rock anyway, and probably you could plant plants on it and no problem. But the fact of the matter is the person looking out the back window of the house on lot 12 would be looking 8 feet, only 8 feet, to a wall that would be 8 feet tall. And it would have a 42-inch high safety rail on top of that. So you have upwards of 12 feet of a structure that's 8 feet away from the window of the back of the house. That's not going to be nice. It's not going to be pleasant. I think it's going to present some challenges for you to sell those properties. And I acknowledge 100% that it's not my responsibility to tell you what color to paint your front doors. But this is an area that I have some expertise in, and you're creating a problem for yourselves, and you're certainly not complying with the preserving the natural features of the site to maximum extent. It's going to be extremely difficult. I think it's going to be very intrusive on the upslope people to be making these cuts. I just am not comfortable with that. I struggle with visualizing how that's going to look. You're going to have an 8-foot high wall with a 42-inch high rail on it. You're going to go back, as Winifred explained, you have a terrace, landscape terrace situation. Go back to another 8-foot high wall with another 42-inch high rail on top of it. You'd be from the back of the house, 8 feet back, you're looking out of the window, that the uppermost part of the wall would be higher than that ceiling element there. And I'm not happy with that. I don't think that, as I sit here as a member of the Board of Supervisors, it's going to be very difficult for me to get enthusiastic about that particular design feature. You're taking that 8,000 cubic yards of material and you're building a 6-foot high retaining wall all along that riparian corridor that is in many ways going to be an unsightly feature too, unless it's adequately landscaped and you walk along that riparian corridor and you're going to have very, very much at the boundary of it, you'll be looking at conceivably you're going to be building a block wall that is identical to the wall that's on the other side of Highway 4, that unfortunately is an 8-foot high or higher. It's an element that we accounted for people to put in there. So anyway, those are my concerns, and if none of the other members of the Board of Supervisors want to weigh in at this particular point, I hate to throw out that minefield for you, Ted and applicants, but anyway, that's my thoughts. I'm opening a public hearing at this point. Will the applicant like to make his, let's start with the applicant making his presentation.
I'm sorry,
I would like to hear the applicant make his presentation first.
Good afternoon. My name is Ted Pedersen. I'm the engineer on the project. Tom Hastings, the owner, is here to answer any questions the board may have. Mr. Thomas, I would suggest that perhaps you take the public comments, and I'd be happy to discuss the retaining wall issue with you.
Okay.
Following that, if
that's fine. I defer to your choice. So, public hearing is open. Any members of the public should step forward and make their comments at this point.
Yeah, my comment is regarding the retaining wall. I was just curious. The first public comment this morning was an issue over a retaining wall within setbacks and whether they're interpreted to be a part of the setbacks. And I can't tell for sure from this distance, but it looks to me like the applicant is proposing to build a retaining wall to the property line, which is not in the setbacks, and I'm wondering how he can get a permit to build that retaining wall to the property line when the person in Hathaway plants cake.
I think that this is the purpose. The variance is to also relieve for encroachment into the setback area by the retaining wall.
The variance request is part of this project.
Encroaching to the setback area.
Does the gentleman understand that is part of it? It's requesting that we vary from that usual and customary requirement. Any other public comments? Okay.
With respect to the retaining wall, as Ms. Wilson indicated, the primary control on this project is the road that goes from Tomball Road to the northerly property line. And in doing so, we have to drain the lots to the roadway. That's why the embankment along the riparian corridor, we held back so we weren't impacting that. We need to drain those lots to the roadway. And in addition, then serving the additional lots on the cul-de-sac, we have certain grade requirements, maximum grades that we can attain. I believe that, again, we went through and did a fairly intensive preliminary design on this project to address the issues raised by the county staff. It's going to be our intent when we go to design to minimize the height of those retaining walls. This is the worst case scenario that we're looking at. And I believe also, Mr. Thomas, that the setback you're looking at is really from the building envelope, allowed building setbacks, until we have an actual product that they want to put on the properties. We don't know exactly how far away from the retaining walls will be with the house structure.
Well, the dotted line is 20 feet from the rear line, and that's where we can put them. I'm not necessarily saying that you will put them there. But I'd be really happy to see the product that you talk about putting on those. I can easily see this is a Modesto, California, graded as flat as possible with putting in interior retaining walls that step down. I've done hundreds of these things. But in this particular instance, if you built those lots with a like your rear wall of the bedrooms would be facing that wall could conceivably be a retaining wall, so that you could gain upwards of 4 feet on the back of that lot, still bringing it forward, and not have to have the unfortunate circumstances of looking at this massive escarpment. It's a pleasant-looking site now that gently rolls up that slope, and it's going to be markedly different after this. And it certainly is not going to be preserving the natural features. And I didn't write that in the request of Murphy's. But, so, anyway, that's,
Well, all I can do is assure you that we're going to minimize the height of that wall. Obviously, the cost of the 24-foot high wall system is extremely expensive, and whatever we can do to reduce that, we're going to. But until the developer identifies a product to put on those lots, we aren't going to know exactly what we can do.
I would have you take a really close look at that, because I have a suspicion that the cost of that wall is going to exceed the value that you'll create by having those two lots that will require that extraordinarily expensive and unsightly wall.
Thank you.
Any other comments on this item? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chair, any recommendations? First off, let me just comment a little bit. On the other side of the street, we have a significant wall also against what the development of Red Heart Center. We did that for sound barrier. I wasn't really keen on the wall. I think we can do sound barriers through landscaping as well as we can walls, but it was approved and it was put up, and it's now heavily landscaped. So you have a whole set of homes on the other side. It's not a retaining wall per se, it's a sound wall, but it's like the sound walls are cut by trees. It's just a very, I don't know how tall it is. Do you know how tall that sound wall is on the other side, Ted?
No idea.
Any estimate?
12 feet.
Anyway, it's a substantial wall also. This one has more of a function, in my opinion, because it's a retaining wall as opposed to a sound wall, which I think we do have alternatives to just building this wall. But having said that, I think this is a good project. It's been long in the process, I guess you could say long in the tooth. And I would move the following recommendations: that a negative mitigated declaration based upon the findings and 12 mitigation measures be approved as recommended by the Planning Commission. That an ordinance approving the zoning amendment from R3 to R3 PD for the 4.47 plus or minus acre parcel, and from C2 to C2 PD as recommended by the Planning Commission be approved. The resolution be approved approving the variance to the setback requirements as recommended by the Planning Commission. That a resolution be approved approving a road modification request as recommended by the Planning Commission. And that a resolution be approved approving the proposed tentative subdivision tract map as recommended by the Planning Commission. Does that include all the actions required to?
And I think with respect to the third bullet there, the resolution approving a variance and setback requirement would include the further amendments that we just discussed.
Okay, as amended.
As amended.
As amended by staff.
To January 6th.
Yes.
On January 6th, you're saying?
We have the dedication, the additional dedication, and the change of the date.
Your applicant, Ted, doesn't have a problem with that. Very good, so I'll put that before the board as a motion.
We have a motion or a second? Okay, moved and seconded to approve this item. I just, on the question, I just have a question for concerning this R3PD. I know that there's significant verbiage in the staff report that talks about the fact that under a typical R3 zone, it could be 12 units per acre versus what we have here. But by virtue of the fact that it is an R3PD, is this forever and all time going to be limited to single-family residences on these parcels?
Right, R3PD. The PD is an innovative regulation which allows us flexibility. It is going to be just permanently a single-family residence.
All right. That was one thing I wanted to clarify. Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And I am an aye as well. Opposed, there are none. Approved on a 5-0. Take care of the wall. Okay, there's been a request here for about a 2 to 3 minute break in these activities. We'll be back in, is that the right time? we'll reconvene at Senate.
Oh, thank you, John.
So, are you enjoying day one? Oh, yeah, definitely. Can you tell? No. No? Well, you look happy, but I'm happy. Very happy to be here. It was a long process, 11 months to get to this point. I'm here and happy to be here. You got a development proposal in your district. I do, coming up. That's exciting. That is exciting. That is. A lot of people from my district here. They've got me.
There you go.
Is there any challenge? Yeah, I don't know. Right? They care. They ought to be here. We'll see when they there's a lot of people upset.
May I have your attention, please? I'd like to have the board members return. I'd like to get this underway. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting back to order, and we are at our item 13 on our agenda for the public hearing and possible board action regarding zoning amendment application number 2003-114 and tentative subdivision tract map, Wallace Lake Estates Unit 2 for John Ryan LLC. This item has been continued from July 14, 2007. Community Development Agency is making the initial report here, or comments.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, again, John Taylor with the Community Development Agency. I just want to speak a moment about the structure of the proceedings today, and then I'll hand it over to Dave Mestizo, planning staff member, to give the staff report. We have billed this as a public hearing and asked the board to open the public hearing. and take public testimony and take action on this agenda. In preparing the staff report to the board and preparing the agenda packet, one thing that staff did fail to do was to provide the entire packet that was from the 2007 proceedings, which included all of the baseline information that was provided to the Planning Commission, that came from the results of the Planning Commission proceedings, and the packet in front of your board at the time, which included the mitigated negative declaration that was signed by the property owner and the applicant. Through oversight of our department, we referred to that packet as available on the website. It was not physically available to your board, to the members of the public who do not have access to internet, or who have slow access to internet, and for whom pulling down such a large file would be next to impossible. So we were in consultation with county council, and the advice we were given by council was that in the event that your board wishes to take an action other than what is being recommended to you at this time, then you would be constrained in doing so because you do not have the information in front of you. You do not have the mitigated negative declaration in front of you. So therefore, what we would recommend is that your board, after you hear from staff and the applicant, open a public hearing and take testimony, and close the public hearing, and then determine, based upon the information received, whether to proceed for a date certain, where we can have the entire packet available to your board, or you could take the action at that time to approve the recommendations that staff did tonight. Or you could further pending, again, the results of the information provided during the public hearing process, to continue to a date uncertain until additional information is provided to resolve questions that arise in the public testimony. So at this point in time, I would like to introduce Dave Mestizo, the planning staff member, who will give a fairly brief overview and a history of this project as part of the staff report. You have the writings before you, at least the information. At this point in time, you do not have the entire package.
Hello. This project was recommended for approval by the Planning Commission on June 7th in 2007 and was heard by the Board of Supervisors on July 24th, 2007. At that time, the hearing was continued until August 14th, 2007. The continuance was extended indefinitely to allow staff time to review the testimony given at the July 24th hearing and to conduct a peer review of the water studies. Review of the July 24th testimony and peer review of the water studies have been completed. A peer review of the NGO report entitled Aquifer Test Results, Wall Site Estates, Water Supply Wells, Wells, California, which was completed on November 17, 2006, has been completed by Geocom. The review indicates that there is sufficient groundwater for the project, provided significant aquifer recharge is occurring from the Comanche and Lower Wallace Lakes. Planning staff is now satisfied that the question of water availability has been satisfactorily addressed and is no longer a significant issue affecting this project. Notwithstanding previous testimony concerning California tiger salamander and subsequent to the proposed public review period for the project's mitigated negative declaration and hearing by the Planning Commission, which resulted in a recommendation to grant mitigated negative declaration. Significant new information has become available regarding potential project-related impacts to California tiger salamander. Based on the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service letter to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers dated July 27, 2007, and received by the Planning Department on August 15th, the mitigations for impacts to the tiger salamander as currently proposed in the MND are considered by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to be inadequate and would not reduce those impacts to a less than significant level. Staff's review of the letter indicates that there may be substantial evidence of a fair argument that the project, as proposed, would have a significant adverse impact on California tiger salamander that has not been mitigated to a less than significant level by measures currently proposed in the mitigated negative declaration. In the absence of acceptable mitigations for impacts to the California Tiger salamander, a mitigated negative declaration cannot be considered an appropriate document for this project. Because the mitigated negative declaration should not be approved owing to the fact that California tiger salamanders have not been mitigated to less than significant, the Community Development Agency recommends that the Board of Supervisors take the following actions. A, find the mitigated negative declaration inadequate as written based on significant evidence of a fair argument requirement under CEQA. And B, deny this project without prejudice based on the finding that the project would result in potentially significant environmental impacts that have not been and may not be mitigated to a less than significant level. As alternative to recommendation A, the board could cause an environmental impact report to be prepared and processed prior to further consideration of development on the site, or allow the applicant to withdraw the application at this time and move denial. And I also wanted to point out that last night about 5 o'clock we got input from East Bay Mud after apparently just becoming aware of the project and contacting the planning department yesterday. And they opened up a whole other question about water rights and recharge from Lake Comanche. So that's just hot off the press. And we'll defer to county council on what the impact of this project may be.
Can you describe that briefly to us?
For the matter of the record, this is a letter dated January 5th, 2009. And the reason we have a signed copy that's faxed to us by a senior civil engineer from East Bay Mud. Essentially, I'll just read one paragraph here. Following our staff conversations with you and researching information on the Calaveras County website, East Bay Mud has concerns about this project. As referenced in the discussion for the January 6, 2009 board agenda, the peer review completed by Geocon of the NGO report, aquifer test result, Wallace Lake State, water supply wells, Wallace, California, November 17, 2006, indicates that sufficient groundwater for the project is available, provided a significant aquifer recharge is occurring from Comanche and/or Wallace Lakes. Pumping of groundwater with a hydraulic connection to East Bay Mud's Comanche Reservoir has the potential to adversely affect East Bay Mud operations. The use of water from Comanche Reservoir, including any underground flow from the reservoir to the aquifer, is entitled and governed by East Bay Mud's water rights permits and licenses with State Water Resources Control Board, license number 11109 and permit number 10478. Please convey East Bay Mud's serious concerns to Calaveras County Board of Supervisors in the consideration of the proposed project in its current form. If the project moves forward, East Bay Mud requests an opportunity to review and provide comments.
Satisfy your concern or your question? Okay, does that conclude your report?
Yes, I think we staff report at the same time.
Okay, at this time I'd like to open the public hearing on this application. Any interested parties, you're free to come in and talk. I will reserve first privileges to the applicant if you'd like.
I guess it's good afternoon now.
Good afternoon.
My name is Mark Tustin. I live in Wallace. I'm the president of the Wallace Community Service District. This subdivision, if you don't know, has been planned for many, many, many years. Jimmy Winchell was the original developer. Due to his untimely death, but that did not happen. This would have been history long built up and over with. Kind of glad he did buy it because I did buy his house, so that was a mistake. Our property, we've got roughly 42 acres that's on the upper end of the lake. Right, I guess we're the hotbed for the $5 salamander, whatever this is. And as I've testified before, I have never seen one. We've got 42 acres, we've got 3 ponds, we're down there fishing and stuff all the time. I've never seen whatever this is.
There's been many, many delays over the years. It's been through many different developers. Bottom line is the development was originally intended to have roughly 200 and some homes. We've got about half of that. Our district cannot survive with the current legislation and whatnot that's going on with water districts unless we get this development. The current developer actually owns the wells on their properties. It's to everyone's best interest, and everyone that has been elected to the board is unanimous in asking you to proceed with this development. It's vital to the economy, and we just ask you to vote for that. Okay? I apologize, I'm going to be first, as I'm way late for my day job. So, any questions?
So Wallace Community Service District is supporting this and disagreeing with the Department of Interior's comments on the zoning. That's the official position of the Wallace Community Service.
That is my position. I happen to be on the board, as I mentioned. I'm telling you my personal experience. I've never seen one.
Okay, so that's yours, but that's not the Wallace.
The opinion of the Wallace Service, and there's other people that are going to speak for the board. Charles Cantoni, I think you said before, he's got more involvement. I just want to be first. Okay.
If it was on behalf of the district that you.
Well, as far as the district, we do encourage the vote for this. We think it's needed. We've got many, many upgrades that need to be done. We've got the revenues from the tax assessments that we desperately need for road maintenance and all the other things that are out there. Bottom line is this community was developed in the mid-'80s, and it was designed to be what it's going to be at some point. Because Jimmy Winchell died, which was the developer, things went into foreclosure and on and on and on since then. So it was originally approved way back when. I know there are some changes to it. I think the lot size is a little bit bigger now than they were. But what was approved in the past, I don't think should be disregarded.
Thank you.
Supervisor Valencia.
Sir, I have a question for you while you're still here. You mentioned that the district wouldn't survive without the approval of this development, and this is an issue that's been of concern to me throughout the county. It appears that we have in the neighborhood of 12 water agencies trying to deliver services to maybe as many as 24,000 hookups. In a normal small community, that might have one district, and I'm wondering whether you have any comments as to the question of whether the size of your district may have something to do with the way you see this kind of issue, and whether you see any interest or whether you might have an interest in getting an economy of scale and critical mass in the delivery of water services and by either merger or cooperative agreements with other agencies.
Well, certainly the economy of scale always comes into play. Water has not been an issue. And, my personal opinion, there's a few people that have been against growth. You're going to find that in probably more so with everything that you guys deal with on a daily basis. There's been people that have written letters. There's all kinds of things where people are sticking their nose into things, so to speak. This is a good project. The roads have been there. Everybody that has bought a home there has known for a fact that this was going to happen at some point. The dirt roads are already in. They have been since the beginning, before anybody bought homes. There was always a master plan community with that. So there's nobody that's going to tell you that, that was never planned. It was very, very obvious to everyone there. Well, we've got Wallace Lake that's in the middle of this situation. Currently, it's technically owned half by the community and half by the developer. It's everyone's interest there to have this go through because the roads, the wells, the lake, all the different properties that they own will be deeded over to the community, and that'll make the community whole. There's been several issues over the years. One of them we were talking about, access to properties. Technically, the developer owns the road that I crossed to get to my place. So, and that's
you know, if you look on the maps, that is going to be a 60-foot wide public, road at some point when it comes down there, but it was Mr. Winchell's personal driveway, we'll call it that, because there's no other homes. There's a lot of issues with this that this could clear up. And like I say, everybody bought their homes knowing this was going to be done. Everybody, it just needs to be tasteful, and I think that some of the issues that have come up in the past, that there was a person that had been in that built some homes, kind of using the name of the developer. I don't know the particulars, but some of that was not real tasteful, and they didn't do it to everyone's liking. And so I think that's what caused the bulk of the problem there. But it's a good project. It's been, like I say, it was approved back in the 80s. I think that, this time that's gone by should change all that. Okay, any other questions for me? Okay, there's other board members. Chuck Antoni is going to come up. He's got way more depth and numbers and figures than I do. I'm kind of the new guy to the board as far as that goes. So, all righty? Thank you very much.
My name is Jack Neal, and I'm from Wallace, and I had a whole speech about water, but I'm sure you've heard enough about water. So now what I'd like to do is answer some of what Mark said. Yes, it was going to be one community. That was before there were water issues, and before there were Tiger Salamander issues, and before John Ryan financed the building of 12 homes in our community that are falling off the cliff. It's important to understand that the board thinks they have a vested interest in this because of the digging of the wells and so forth. This developer is bankrupt to the tune of $972 million, and I don't believe he can eat a stick of gum. Mr. Cantoni, who was then president of the board, stated that the developer was going to deed the property to us with or without the will serve, with or without the tentative subdivision tract map. However, the developer's representative has since told the reporter that there will be no deed unless you get the tentative subdivision tract map. This developer has been holding our district hostage, and yes, there is an economy of scale, but there's no economy of scale for 200 instead of 100. What this district needs to do is to get some kind of agreement with CCWD. And with this subdivision hanging over the heads, yes, maybe, it's been going on for 3.5 years, I think I've been talking to you. All it does is allow the district to extend a little further and extend a little further in the hopes that that land will sometime probably be developed 5 years from now, whatever. The developer's representative says that they just want the map in place so that when things turn around, they can build. How long is that going to be? 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? There's no money coming to the district behind any of this. And so that is not a valid argument to use to excuse all the other things that are wrong with this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Don't let him out. Block his way. Good morning, Tom. Or good afternoon, yeah, that's right.
Good afternoon. Happy New Year. I'm going to make it brief. You've heard a lot of speeches today. I'm here on behalf of the Calaveras Planning Coalition. We support the findings in the staff report, and we encourage you to adopt one or more of the recommendations. Thank you.
Ladies first, please.
Captain Jackson, and I am a member of the
the Wallace Lake community. We love our community. We are aware that the district board has struggled for over 3.5 years. The developer made it very attractive. However, we came to believe that the developer made many hollow promises and have a litany of those that I will not bring up today. All of you have my comments and package in your board package. I'm not going to go through all of it, but I will highlight some of the reasons why the negative mitigated deck should not stand. I have read through 5 different geohydrological review conclusions, some of these coming out of both proponents and opponents of Trinitas and the Wallace project before you. All of them reference the original NGO water studies. I can only say that we're really in the early stage of understanding the movement, quality, and sustainability of groundwater in the western end of the county. The best evidence, and some that I would like you to keep in mind, is that when West Yost reviewed the supplemental NGO study, they used CCWD's Comanche Valley Springs groundwater baseline study of 202 to justify that the Wallace wells are on a different subbasin than the much lauded and overdrafted East Stockton San Joaquin subbasin that produced so much of that. However, they alluded to Table 210 and did not read the following 3 pages that concluded with a study done by CCWD of 33 wells collecting data over 40 years located between the Montgomery River, Comanche Reservoir, and the Wallace Lake area. Those results state that the groundwater elevation levels have been dropping at an average of 1/2 foot a year, and in drought years a foot over the last 40 years. That's the big picture of hydrology. You now find that California itself is in an emergency drought situation, and Comanche Reservoir was down 47 feet last I found any data, or 38% of its capacity. East Bay mud will draw down further if the drought continues, but they're already taking additional water rights to supply the Duck Creek project that you've heard about. Your decision is risky in terms of the water. The NGO study was a good one, however, it did not go far enough. They could have relied on some of CCWD's data to point to how to further go into a demand. In fact, Geocon had identified more than just this cation anion hydro test that they're talking about. They had mentioned a graphic conceptual site model that can identify the true recharge area and the recharge and discharge rates and directions. What they failed to perform was the peak load drawdown test for water using the full 438 gallons per minute needed to meet a maximum day water demand on the full build out of the project. CEQA says that a mitigation that cannot prescribe the full build out requirements is inadequate. And so that's one of my main points. Further than that, I'm not going to take up a lot of time, but the conservation of oak woodlands cannot be met if you study the 07 and your recent package. In the proposed open space allowed, you cannot take 918 oaks, many of them large, and squash them inside this 60-acre open space that's now going to be bisected by roads, bisected by vernal ponds that will probably soon give up. There's no way to mitigate that. They had offered, although you won't see it in your package, the potential to use the John Ryan and McCollum Oaks parcel. Have I used my 5 minutes?
You have a minute.
Oh, okay. So the oak woodland is the most caused away the mitigated deck now stands. just refer to your own letters. It puts you under some legal pressure in that regard. California tiger salamander requirements cannot be met with an offer to protect them, which is part of the promise on Runnings, 125-acre adjacent McQuality Oaks. This is now in foreclosure. The applicant spent a year and a half refusing to provide necessary studies to even get a consultation with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, much less a permit. I've asked you several, this is my third request before the board on this project, for at least a dirt fire lane on the south end of the project. And if you look at your tentative maps, then you will see on the south side 5 locked-in cul-de-sacs. Wallace Lake Estates has both exit gates in Unit 1, empty and owned 2, Comanche Parkway South, not Highway 12. There are huge grasslands with a wire fence all the way around the entire area, both sides of the project. And were the fire to break out either over the wall from the east or south or even north out of Comanche Shore into the middle of our project, that side of the project before you now would have no egress out. So we had asked the engineer for the district to consider, as well as this board, insisting on as part of the requirement, a fire lane off the south end of the project that connects to downtown Wallace that can get them on to Highway 12. And I think that's it. Your circulation study in here is way understated and inadequate. And as you know, if you read my comments, this applicant doesn't even fall under the Comanche Valley Springs sub-basic, what is it, the road study that yeah.
Thank you very much for your comments. You were just slightly over. Delightfully southern friendly. Would there anybody else want to jump up here?
Good morning. I'm Chuck Cantoni, currently board member of WCSD. Mr. Chairman, I have an unusual request. I'd like to be recognized as a government official as opposed to being a member of the public.
Oh, okay.
For the purpose that if there are other comments, I have been working on this for a couple of years for the board. I've got a lot of information with me. And if there are questions or comments made by other people, I might have further comments. That's for missing a lot.
So you're a government official and apparently an expert in your field.
No, I'm not outstanding in my field like farmer. No.
Okay.
I've experienced for 2 years in this.
So noted.
Comments, Mr. Postleman started off, I think, stating the case well for the district in terms of the district board believes that this is a valuable project. I don't know if you recall that part of the will serve agreement between the district and the applicant is that they'll provide expanded wastewater treatment facilities and water treatment facilities, including storage and additional wells and so on, in order to support the development. The support that they've agreed to takes the development to a population of 400 lots. There are currently 112 lots that are buildable, of which about a little less than 100 have been built, and they're proposing another 124. So they're saying that if all we did was do this remainder parcel, would be up to roughly 230 lots, and they're saying they'll provide infrastructure, they'll finance the infrastructure to take us up to 400. And the reason they're doing that is because we have other road serve agreements for smaller developments, and they're aware of that. And this is just a matter of not trying to forever do small increments to the system. So to the district, this is a very valuable way to go. Mr. Postleman made the comment that without this development, we can't survive. That's a challenge. I've been before the LAFCO board, Supervisor Tryon asked me the same question a couple of years ago. I'm a Silicon Valley entrepreneur. I was involved in 4 different startups. I know what it's like to run out of money, and we never did die, but we should have. The district won't die, at least not quickly, but it will slowly go down with bad roads and eventually with a failed sewer plant or a failed water plant. We're operating now with the tax structure and the rate structure that we have. We are operating with a surplus of about $30,000 a year, which is going into a maintenance and repair reserve, which is badly needed. It was zero a year ago. And so we are building our capability to repair. But when you look at sewer plant, you know, that nowadays would cost $1.5 million to build, and say that $30,000 a year will let us collect money toward eventually replacing that, there's just no way. The district is clearly underfinanced. It was looked at by CCWD a few years ago, and the recommendation by Robert Hill to CCWD was to not acquire the district because it was financially not viable. So we do have a background of being very weak. We're not going to disappear tomorrow, but it is a real problem that needs to be paid attention to. We will survive mostly in the short term by not repairing the roads. We have roughly $70,000 a year in tax assessment coming in, which could go toward keeping the roads up, but $50,000 of that goes toward supporting the water and sewer systems. $20,000 is all we can do a year. So we're going to survive by just letting the roads go. But there'll be some maintenance, but not much. I understand from the comments in the public here that reopening the water issue. I thought that issue was closed in the sense that they, except for East Bay Mud here, the staff had agreed that the peer review, which was done at some extent, and now a fourth engineering firm to look at the water situation in Wallace, and the peer review concluded that the assumptions were right with respect to water usage, and that the aquifer is there that underlies the East San Joaquin Basin aquifer, and it appears to be able to support 400 homes plus an additional 2 wells. And they're not disagreeing with that. With regard to the East Bay Mud letter, which I saw for the first time this morning, this became a question in January of this year, 2008, for the board, and that there was public comment that we were stealing water from Comanche. It was a public comment that was made, I think, in front of the Planning Commission. So we sought legal counsel's advice on whether we're really doing that. Now, this is about a 4-paragraph letter. I can read it to you, or I can make it available. Let me summarize it first. And this is from Mike McGrew, who is our legal counsel for the district. And it's with regard to the suggestion that the district is stealing water because it's likely that Comanche water leaks into the aquifer from the community service district pumps. The community service district, he says, is not stealing water. There are 3 categories of groundwater. There are the underflow of streams, there are underground streams, and there are percolating water. And he cites a number of legal cases going all the way back to 1899, and the most recent being in 1983, where if it is an underground stream, you envision a tunnel like a water tunnel in New York City, that if you steal water out of that, you're stealing water. This is percolating water. The aquifer that we tap for these wells is a gravel sand mixture. It is not a stream. We have evidence of that. Is that we stand at one well and monitor the water level continuously from another well that's, say, a quarter-mile away. We can see when we turn that well on and when we turn it off. There's big cones of depression. This is a very homogeneous gravel mixture that will pour the water out. It's not a stream. And the legal precedents, court cases have said that every individual has a right to drill a well on their land if they're tapping percolating water. And that's what we're doing. They further state that the rights are akin to riparian rights. Public agencies have the same rights as an overlying landowner for public property and may exercise appropriate rights for non-overlying uses such as public use. This is the city of Pasadena versus the city of Alhambra in 1983. So, see, East Bay Run is coming at this saying that we're taking water out of Comanche. The Comanche Lake might be recharged in the aquifer, might not. We don't really know. The test that was proposed doesn't really tell us quantitatively what will happen either with this anion cation thing. So we're basically legal in what we're doing with the water. If East Bay Mud wants to say that this subdivision should not be developed because it's stealing water from Lake Comanche, then I suggest that East Bay Mud needs to stop right now and file legal action against the 100 lots in Walnut Lake Estates, because you, the county, approved that development. You need to be named also, and got 100 lot owners, homeowners, for something that needed out water if they prevail with the temporary restraining order for stealing water out of the community. Doesn't have much to do with the future development. It has to do with the people that are there right now. This is a valid issue, and this legal document says that it's not.
I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second. For those of you who may or may not be looking at your watches, I've been purposely letting Mr. Cantoni talk longer than 5 minutes because he's been waiting since July. So,
thank you.
And we, if you recall the sequence of events, we had a contingent of people waiting over at another venue that we had to get to, and we didn't conclude those deliberations on that afternoon. That's, in a way, it's unfortunate that we didn't. This brings up this groundwater recharge thing brings up a kind of a interesting concept in my mind. I recognize you because we attended many of the water forum meetings and LAFCO meetings and stuff, and there's a very much of a buzz concept right now about these water purveyors are going to get a lot of money in grants so that they run a pipeline out someplace and put water into the ground. Rather than East Bay Mud sending a letter saying stop taking our water, I would think that their purpose would be better served by saying let's get some credit for the water we're putting into the aquifer. So it's very paradoxical to me. And as far as potential lawsuits, why don't you sue them and tell them to block that water off? That you're tired of dealing with it.
The other part of this is that if they sue us, we will not defend. We don't have the money. The county's been through that. Seriously, the other side of this, which we're working with the Community Development Agency on, is to get surface water in the wall. We worked with Stephanie Moreno on that, but the time that she was here, and we worked with John Ryan, the developer, because he has another parcel of land which was larger, which might have enough support through connection fees that you can actually get a surface water system in. We haven't given up on that. It's politically a very difficult task. You have to go through CCWD and trying to get surface water in there. You know, the CCWD or the county has rights to the Macomb River water. We're half a mile away from two different sources, the aqueduct and the Comanche Lake. It's going to take some time to do that. Not to say that we're going to give up on that. And we're not saying that we're trying to use wells to go to 3,000 homes or anything. We're talking about a very finite objective here over the next 5 to 10 years, whatever it takes to get this economy back on its feet. So anyway, in summary, we have this looked at. We agree with the peer review. We disagree a little bit with their approach of requiring additional edits to the report, but that's fine. But we've had enough engineering firms look at this to be pretty confident that the water is there. And that includes meeting all the current new state engineering requirements for well redundancy and everything else. So I think we stand firm on that point. With respect to the issue of the Tiger salamander, we're a water and sewer provider, service provider. We do maintain open space, and as Paulson mentioned, we'd like to get our hands on the rest of the lake, the rest of the dam, and the rest of the open space. I think we do a good job of maintaining that, protecting it as open space. But I don't think we have a political or a technical say on what to do about the Tiger salamander, other than the fact that when I met with Stephanie Moreno back in November 28th of 07 in the discussion about these various things. She stated that the county had an agreement with U.S. Fish and Wildlife that in the past they wanted to have agreements done on matters such as this before the tentative map was approved. And that this new agreement allows the tentative map to go ahead with mitigation being a condition on the tentative map. She told me that. I tried to find that on the board minutes on the website, but it's an exhaustive task to do that. But I believe that was also reported to the board of supervisors and open public meeting that was the case. And it strikes myself, me as an individual, that that's a reasonable approach to, because you got to satisfy Fish and Wildlife to go ahead with it. Can I answer any questions?
Any other questions? One?
I have one. This is to every lawyer in the room and every water expert, and so far nobody's been able to answer this for me when you cited the court case here. But as far as I can see, there are sort of two potential extremes to getting water in the way that this arrangement is. I would guess that a court would rule if a huge pump system was put in and drained the lake, accelerated the drainage and seepage, that would be seen as an impingement on the lake's water rights. I would also assume that if you put in a small system that had no effect on the lake, that would be just fine. I don't know the Alhambra case, but what I'm wondering about is what people have to say about this particular kind of circumstance and what level of increase in draw might occur from this lake and what that effect on relative water rights might be. I'm interested in case law, I'm interested in case specifics, and if you have any, I'd be interested in receiving them.
We can have our legal counsel research all of the case history with respect to these percolating aquifer water rights. I don't think you will, from the physics of it, that you'll find quantitative information saying that here was a case where somebody put in a well and the lake started dropping or didn't start to drop. It's not just Wallace Lake that has wells around Comanche. Comanche is a huge lake, and every house there has a well. So every one of them is liable if it were one. That's, and does not come up as a legal challenge because the law says that you have a right to drill down on your land in the percolated aquifer like that.
I can't speak for Mr. Casino, but besides him, I can tell you there's no water in the room.
We have a former one.
Well, if anybody else during the course of this hearing has anything to weigh in on this particular topic, this one is important to me.
I think there's a former water attorney that wants to weigh in.
Yes, Elliott County Council, yes, and was a former water lawyer. But it has been almost 14 years since I practiced water law. So I cannot answer this question. I did not get the email my letter until this morning. I will tell you that the relevant issue in the county is a different issue. And that is under California Supreme Court law, you are required to find that there is any substantial evidence to support it that there is sufficient water to serve this project for the planning period, which is usually interpreted as 20 to 25 years. In order to do that, you would have to make a finding that the water information that you currently have in the record is sufficient to make that finding. And I don't think you can do that today because you don't have the record in front of you, but you would need to review that when you get the entire package. I will give you a brief history here since I think I'm the last one standing on this project. And that is that when this project was originally scheduled to go to the Planning Commission, and it came to me for review after it had gone through public review, I did question the water availability and the substantial evidence because what was provided to me by the counsel for the applicant was a contract between the CSD and the developer saying we will go out and find you water and drill you more wells. And she and I did have conversations and she agreed that we did not think that that met the standard for proving water available, which is what triggered the additional water studies that the applicant prepared, which then went back to the planning commission and up to the board, and based on the testimony during the board hearings, it became apparent that an independent review, his staff did not have the expertise to do a hydrogeological review was necessary, which is why it went back for additional review. That's kind of where we're at now. The review that we've done did basically conclude that the groundwater is separate, the basin is separate, and is being recharged most likely by water from Lake Comanche. The broader legal issue, the water rights issue, is not something that's been researched by staff, and I can't answer that as we sit here today.
Right, but while I got you here, I got another question. There has been discussion about the fair argument issue as relates to the requirement to perform an EIR on this related to the tiger salamander. We now have, I guess, a day ago, a new input from a new agency. Does this fall into that area of law? What's the effect of this each day?
The test is twofold. Again, there is California Supreme Court law that requires you to find substantial evidence of available water to serve this project. Under CEQA, the fair argument test is whether or not there's substantial evidence of a fair argument or the possibility of a significant impact. And what that means is that basically if there's a difference of opinion, that's the fair argument test. And you need to go back and do additional review, or you need to do an EIR. The board cannot approve the project when there's a difference of expert opinion without doing an environmental review, further environmental review. So it's your decision as to whether or not that letter meets that particular standard or not. So it's two issues, the fair argument test and also, and what I'm referring to is the vineyards test, which requires you to show. And I would disagree with some of the testimony. There is case law that says, yes, overlying landowners do have the ability to tap into groundwater. However, when you are seeking discretionary approval of a project, the lead agency does have the ability to impose conditions on approval of that water use. And the example I'm using is there was a case in Southern California where the applicant wanted a conditional use permit to operate a well using groundwater. And their position was, if groundwater, we have the ability to use as much as we want unless the basin's adjudicated. And the court said, no, under CEQA, it's a discretionary project, and the lead agency has the right, duty, and responsibility to mitigate any significant impact. And there was substantial evidence in the record that the amount of water they wanted to pull out of the basin would have a significant impact to the environment. And the court upheld the condition of approval on CED that limited the overlying landowner's right to withdraw groundwater. Normally, groundwater is not regulated by the state. I'm very familiar with this because involved in the case, the Tacoma County case that I lost, the county has the ability to regulate groundwater, but we do not have a groundwater ordinance at this point in time. So basically, if a basin is not adjudicated, then all the overlying landowners have the right to pull until such time as there's an adjudication. But not if you're seeking discretionary approval. We have a CEQA overlay on that that requires you to mitigate any significant impact. And that's your test. I would strongly suggest you wait till you have the whole packet in front of you to make any of those decisions because you don't have all the information you need at this point in time. And you haven't heard from the applicant yet. I would suggest you hear from the applicant on their position on that.
I was born against inviting any water attorneys into any discussion, and now I know why. Thank you, Sergeant.
Good afternoon, Kristen Shannon, I'm an attorney with Morgan & Blair. I just wanted to follow up on the legal issues that have been raised. First, whether this is the appropriate level of environmental review or whether an EIR is needed. The tiger salamander issue is obviously the biggest issue, so I'll spend most of my time addressing that. And finally, I'll quickly address the in-state mudmother. Initially, County Council is exactly right on the test before you and the relevant inquiry, and that is that the EIR can only be required if there's a fair argument based on credible, substantial evidence that a significant impact may occur even with mitigation measures imposed. But let's talk about a little bit what is not substantial evidence, because it's is not opinion, it's not speculation, it's not substantial opposition to a project, and it's not generalized concerns. Court cases are very clear that substantial evidence means studies or reports or tests, and that's what you really need to rely on, are the documents and the testimony of experts before you, not unsubstantiated claims that there could potentially be an impact. And that's really what the East Bay Mud Letter was. It was a conclusory statement that said that pumping groundwater, quote, has the potential to adversely affect East Bay mud operations. There's no studies or reports that they're referring to that contradict the studies and reports in the record that you have before you. And you have a number of them. You have the water study from the applicant, and again, the peer review that confirmed that there's adequate water for this project. And that's the test, and that's the evidence that the board should consider in deciding whether or not this project's been mitigated to a level of insignificance. And that really goes for all of the mitigation measures. So with that, I'd like to move to the tiger salamander issue that's before you and the legal standards. As you know, this project is mitigated for the tiger salamander. There's two conditions that are relevant. One is the one-to-one mitigation that the applicant provides 1 acre of undisturbed land for every acre of disturbed land. And just a minor note, that condition was 213 in the planning commission hearing. It looks like it was inadvertently deleted by staff, so that should be included as a condition of approval, and it was recommended as a condition of approval at the planning commission hearing, which should be before you. The second condition that's very important to this project is that the applicant obtain all state and federal permits from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Fish and Game, and the Regional Water Quality Control Board. And so those two requirements together absolutely mitigate this project to a level of insignificance. There is no way the applicant can move forward or develop this project under any circumstances without coming back with those state and federal permits that are conditioned on it. So they need to go get those state and federal permits. It's a separate, distinct process. And let me point out that the letter from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service did not say this project does not mitigate appropriately under CEQA. It simply said that it had concerns and it didn't feel mitigation was adequate. That mitigation can be imposed by those state and federal agencies as part of the permitting process. That will happen after tentative map approval and always does. So the applicant will have to provide any additional mitigation required by those agencies in order to develop this project. They won't go past. They won't be able to develop at all without those permits. In conversations with staff, I think some of the legal standards were confused on tiger salamander, so I want to talk specifically about some court cases that address this issue and deal with it head-on. And that was, I think they were concerned when we talked about, we were conditioned on getting those permits, so it's not possible for this project to develop without the state and federal agencies giving those permits and placing adequate mitigation. Their concern was the legal standard and whether this could be deferred mitigation. And there's a leading court case on deferred mitigation called Sunstrom, and that was a case where the county issued a conditional use permit, final entitlement, and conditioned the applicant on going to do a further study and whatever mitigation that study required. And the court said, no, that's not okay, not appropriate, that's deferred mitigation. Putting off mitigation for some future study and having the applicant decide what the mitigation is, that's not appropriate, especially where they have a final entitlement there. Sunstrom also looked specifically at this issue of whether or not conditioning a project and having mitigation measures on obtaining other permits was appropriate, and they stated that it was. They looked at a permit and told the applicant that an approved plan for the disposal of sludge shall be approved by the Regional Water Quality Control Board and the Department of Public Health and Environmental Health Division. And they said that that condition requiring compliance with environmental regulations is a common and reasonable mitigating measure. Other courts looked at that, and they followed up on that, specifically in the context of state and federal agencies in that condition. And one of them was the Gentry case, which upheld conditions to obtain state and federal permits as gnatcatcher habitat. And so that court looked at Sunstrom and said, these conditions to obtain state and federal permits are analogous to the conditions upheld in Sunstrom, which require the applicant to comply with the environmental requirements of other agencies. So courts have been very clear that a condition requiring state and federal permits is not improper deferred mitigation. It's entirely appropriate and common. And one last example on this issue is there was a case, Endangered Habitats League, that talked about gnatcatcher habitat. And in that case, it was the EIR with mitigation conditions that there were two alternatives. One was mitigate 2-for-1 on the gnatcatcher habitat, or the condition said obtain one of several possible habitat loss permits from the relevant agencies. And there the court said, we believe this alternative mitigation is not improper deferral. It saves it from being improper. Here we have something better. our situation isn't just this or this. It's not one-to-one or whatever the state and federal agencies tell you. It's both. It's both mitigate one-to-one and whatever the state and federal agencies tell you. So you're even more protected than the case that said this is not improper deferral. And in general, I think the concern from staff was they got a letter from U.S. Fish and Wildlife. Before that, staff made a determination, and you have that finding, that that was appropriate mitigation under CEQA. They determined that this project was appropriately mitigated for the tiger salamander. So merely having this letter from U.S. Fish and Wildlife doesn't change that. And this is a last example on that issue, which is a similar situation in a case where the tiger salamander issue and the county did a study and found there were no impacts to the tiger salamander. And in that case, it was the Department of Fish and Game sent a letter to the county saying, we think your studies are inappropriate. You need to follow the guidelines of Fish and Game in doing the tiger salamander studies. Follow our interim guidance for the protocol. Well, the county went back and did some studies, but they didn't follow the guidelines. They didn't follow what they were told to do in that letter, and they approved the project. They were sued on it. And there the court said, we disagree that CEQA requires the county to follow that protocol. As the court stated, CEQA does not require a lead agency to conduct every test, and biological surveys that were carried out are sufficient to constitute substantial evidence to support the finding that there would be no significant impacts on the CTS. Here, this is analogous in that we have a mitigation condition that staff's already determined, and the Planning Commission agreed was appropriate mitigation for the project. The one-to-one mitigation, get the state and federal permits. Merely because you receive a letter from U.S. Fish and Wildlife saying that they don't think it's appropriate mitigation does not change the fact that this is appropriate mitigation under CEQA. In fact, they can address that later. They can add additional mitigation, and you've covered that in your conditions. So there's cases out there saying that you do have substantial evidence that that's sufficient. Just merely getting a letter from them is not enough to make this rise to the level of requiring the EIR or being insufficient mitigation. So I think California law, this is clear that it's not deferred mitigation. That letter in and of itself does not bring this to the level of having to deny the project or make it inadequate mitigation. The last issue I briefly wanted to address is back again to the standard, and the language in the case kind of brings us full circle back to the issue of the CEQA standards. And that case talks about that CEQA does not require a lead agency to conduct every recommended test and perform all recommended research to evaluate the impacts of a proposed project. The fact that additional studies might be helpful does not mean that they are required. And here you have an applicant who's been before you for years and has done everything that they have been asked to do. They came before the Planning Commission, concerns were raised on these exact issues. They went back, they did further studies, they did cumulative impacts analysis, they did an Oakwood mitigation plan, they did a water study, they agreed to provide additional water and sewer infrastructure for the CSD. They came back and addressed all of the concerns raised, and now they've done more than that. They've reduced the density. They've made sure that all of the mitigation measures reduce this to a level of significance. So the fact that there's opposition to the project or generalized concerns without other reports and studies contradicting those does not mean this project needs an EIR. It certainly doesn't mean it's not appropriately mitigated. We would ask at this point that you approve the project and certify the environmental document. And I'm available for any questions you might have on this or any of the written communications you've received.
Any questions?
Afternoon, Chair. Thomas, board member, and Wes Hoffman here on behalf of the applicant today. And I'll talk a little slower. I don't have much information to cover as Kristen did. I think we've got a lot of expert testimony today that will help us clarify the water situation with respect to this project. We're here before you seeking a tentative subdivision map. And that's a relatively early level entitlement. I'm not here seeking any type of a fill permit, a building permit, or a final map for you today. Should you choose to vote in favor of this tentative map, and hopefully with any luck the economy turns around so that building a home in this area ultimately makes sense, sometime from now we should have a builder in front of you or working with the county to then move into the home building phase of this project, into the development phase, I like to refer to it. When we get into that development phase, I will then move into the zoning do get into the environmental permitting process, then I'll initiate, because we only fill about 0.02 acres of habitat area on this project. That qualifies for what I hope to be a nationwide permit, which I'll submit to through the U.S. Corps of Engineers. In turn, on the endangered species side, the Corps of Engineers will then look to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for what is referred to as a Section 7 consultation. The letter that staff is indicating is substantial evidence of the insufficiency of the neg deck is an internal letter, basically, well, not an internal letter, but it's a letter from Fish and Wildlife Service back to the Corps of Engineers saying that we are not in a position to initiate this Section 7 consultation. And from experience, we won't be until such time as we get very close to a final map and have improvement plans on the project. So it's kind of a catch-22 situation where you look at that and ask for the applicant to produce those permits or those letters of substantiation from those federal agencies before we get to that point in the process. Again, we're asking for a tentative map approval, which then puts the project in a position to gain financing, start doing performance, prepare for the development of the project, and start acquiring those permits, which I mentioned can take many years to obtain.
So I think the point that you're trying to make is that there's not any danger of any houses being built in the short-term future.
That's correct. As a matter of fact, I'm not exactly sure how that letter ended up in staff's hands, to be honest with you. Again, it's a response from the Fish and Wildlife Service back to the Corps, and they copy the applicant on the letter. We generally figure, as I mentioned, it can take up to typically about 3 years to obtain response from Fish and Wildlife Service. The fact that we got that letter back so quickly from them was really a surprise to everybody. And generally, I don't think information like that becomes available prior to tentative map approval. Normally, it would take about a year after tentative map before we see that initial response from Fish and Wildlife Service on where we stand. And that opens the dialogue and negotiations with those agencies on how to properly mitigate for the sake of any endangered species, if in fact we can't fully avoid taking either habitat.
Did I hear you say that the typical sequence of events is that you, it's been implied earlier here that you haven't done your studies and you haven't gotten your permits, so that you can't have a hearing, but it seems like it's reversed here. You can't, they're asking for you to obtain things that there's no justification for at this particular point. Is that
right? The testimony I've heard so far today indicates that we've satisfied the requirements in CEQA as it relates to the tentative map. And if in fact the county were to come back and ask me to obtain these permits or a response from Fish and Wildlife Service, I don't think that's possible at tentative map level. In my experience, which is generally from tentative, in over the last 20 years, has been from tentative map on to finished lots, I have tentative map approval before I'm given any instruction or desire to go ahead and start pursuing those permits, because we know for a fact that we won't have enough information at tentative map level to provide those agencies. In other words, we will not be able to get that approval out of Fish and Wildlife Service prior to being in the design stage and close to final map stage.
I think that's what a lot of people tend to forget, is that there oftentimes is a substantial difference between a tentative map, what you see in a tentative map, and final map. It gets pushed and pulled toward the end. Okay, at this time, any other questions of this presenter? Thank you very much. Any other people want to make a comment?
Good afternoon. I'm Gary Gill with Gary Gill & Associates. I am the district engineer for Walls Community Service District, as well as quite a few other agencies up here. A lot of you already know who I am. I came before you the last time this was heard regarding the water system. And basically the comments I made to you back then is I have reviewed all the consultant studies and I was in full agreement with it. Since then, we have had independent peer review at the cost of $20,000 to $30,000 to the applicant, which has got us back to the same point again. Now at the last minute, all of a sudden, we have a letter from East Bay Mud raising new issues, which have been responded to again, from a legal standpoint and on and on. The bottom line here is the water available. You have 4 different engineering companies take a look at this. There have been well drawn down tests done. There have been numerous studies done on this that all say that there is available
whether it's recharged by Comanche, by Wallace Lake itself, by some other underground stream, probably nobody will ever know the true recharge of where it's coming from down there. So, I mean, I wanted to come up here just primarily to comment on the water side. The salamander, I don't want to get involved in that at all. But my point is from everything I've seen, there is adequate water. CCWD, as has been stated before, retained my firm years ago to look at Wallace Lake Estates to see whether it was viable for CCWD to take it over. Based on the study that I did at that time, it was not viable in any shape or form, primarily because it was too small. It did not have enough ratepayers down there to make it economical. Now we're at the point of trying to get the other ratepayers to get something improved, to make it economical for the district to survive. So we're still going round and round in circles on, whether this district can survive in the shape it is, or whether it needs more. And that doesn't really come into play so much in what we're looking at here, but it's something to keep in the back of your minds. This district is a small district, and as most of you know, I represent a lot of small districts up here. Every one of them struggles with economy of scale, just like, Mr. Walensky stated. It'd be wonderful if we could have them all under one agency, but that is years away from what I see up here. So now what we're dealing with is we have to look at what's best for this agency right now. What's best for the service district is to get more customers, to get this subdivision approved, to make it whole, which is what was originally planned years ago when the subdivision was originally approved by the county. So I mean, that's all I want to throw out to you. It's, to me, there's plenty of water. The water issue, and the staff agrees, should be taken off the table, basically. East Bay mud, outstanding. I mean, to me, that makes absolutely no sense in what they're saying. But my recommendation, what I'm recommending to the board is approve these. The Tiger Salamander issue, again, I have worked for years writing conditions for agency, and that has always been a standard condition, is for the developer to obtain these permits, because as was stated here, it takes years to get some of these permits, and you cannot get them at the tentative map stage. So again, my recommendation is, it's not what staff is saying, but this project should not be denied based on getting a permit from Fish and Wildlife. You cannot get it at this stage. That's all I'm saying.
You just knew. I have two comments. One's regarding salamander. I had a recent experience within the last couple of weeks. I actually got a photograph of someone planting a salamander in my water tank. It was very interesting. I'm simply keeping the photograph. The notations regarding that, I found it very strange. Now, on a separate and I think more important issue, this is a new year. There's a new set of opportunities for the board. And it's a new set of opportunities for the board to set the tone for builders, developers, and the whole economy of this county. We have a wonderful opportunity before us. Not just here. We have a wonderful opportunity in a new year to open the door to business, open the door to some income and some revenues for this county. This is a very small item here, this particular thing. But you can set a tone. And it's up to you to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Rusk.
I forgot to say, I'm real West.
Yes.
Sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Bill Pugh. I'm a resident of Wallace Lake Estates. I'm on the board of the district, WCSD. I ran unopposed. Many people said no one ever voted for me. That's true. No one ever voted against me either. Annabelle and I spent 26 years in the Navy and another 20 years working for Northrop Grumman at NASA Ames Research Center. We moved probably 18 times in that period of time until we found Wallace Lake Estates. And when we moved up here, we said the only thing, next time we move out of this place is going to be in a pine box. You walk in there and you look around after being in San Jose and Silicon Valley for years, and you say, oh my God, open space, what a concept. We love the place.
It seemed pretty simple to me. This developer or any developer who comes in the future needs water. We got it. He needs sewer facilities. We can provide it. Do we need additional help? Absolutely. We have a will serve agreement with this particular developer that says he'll provide that stuff. Does he have the money to do it? I don't know. But I know for certain that the land right now is worthless, and he can't get any kind of a bank note on it. If there was a tentative map, now the land now becomes worth something, he could perhaps get a bank note on that, or sell it to another developer. But sooner or later, this land must be developed. No sensible person in their right mind can believe that 124 houses are going to pop up like toadstools overnight. It's not going to happen, and it's especially not going to happen in this community. We need the additional revenue that these land can provide to us. Our roads are in disrepair, we can't fix them. Our water plant, our sewer plant are all over 15 years old. We have a genius general manager right now who is keeping them together by the scratch of his teeth. The guy just never ceases to amaze the skills that he has. We're working hard day by day to keep this thing going, but we need the money. We need your help. I think it's time to, as one would say, let's just get her done. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brenda White, and I'm a staff biologist representing the Central Sierra Environmental Research Center. Our center believes the board cannot legally approve this project because key necessary CEQA requirements have simply not been met. This project fails to prove an adequate water supply and is not effectively mitigated for expected impacts to the California tiger salamander, a federally threatened species. Your own county planning staff has thus clearly acknowledged that the mitigated neg deck is legally insufficient according to CEQA standards, and that the board should deny the project and require the preparation of an EIR or allow the applicant to withdraw the project. The peer review of the water supply by Geocon clearly states that in order to prove adequate groundwater recharge from Comanche and Wallace Lakes, important tests should be conducted. However, the applicant has chosen not to do these important tests. Thus, there is simply no proof of an adequate long-term assured water supply. This is the first legal failure. The second legal failure is that U.S. Fish and Wildlife, the wildlife experts for our country, have concluded in writing that this project will not sustain a viable population of California tiger salamanders in the long term because applicants have not provided adequate mitigation. Independent biological consultants have found these salamanders on this property. And this is a federally listed species that the law requires must be given adequate protection. Above and beyond the inadequacy of the current proposed mitigation measures for the salamander, one of the existing measures depends upon establishing an off-site preserve of 125 acres. But our center's understanding is that this off-site property is currently in foreclosure, Macaulay Oaks, and thus cannot be counted on as any assured mitigation preserve. There is no question that the applicant has failed to meet clear legal requirements put forward by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The applicant promises to work with U.S. Fish and Wildlife after project approval. However, there are going to be vast changes to the project. And the applicant is asking the public and decision makers to decide today on some unforeseen project. Fish and Wildlife has stated in the letter that the entire northern portion of the project will likely not be able to be developed if the California tiger and salamander will be adequately mitigated for. Finally, state legislature and the governor have legally established that climate change, global climate change is already causing impacts to the state resources. Thus, to be in compliance with CEQA, all projects must analyze greenhouse gas emissions produced by the project and discuss feasible ways to mitigate these emissions. Yet this project's mitigated neg deck makes no mention of greenhouse gas analyses whatsoever, nor does it provide any feasible greenhouse gas mitigation measures. Thus, it again fails to comply with the clear mandates of CEQA. The State Attorney General has already successfully sued counties for their failures to address greenhouse gas emissions. So this failure creates a third major legal vulnerability. In closing, our Senate urges the board to deny this project as it is now designed, or to require the preparation of a full EIR. Any approval of the current project would violate CEQA and further underscore the problem of this board approving projects based on a general plan that the county has publicly acknowledged as being legally deficient. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan.
Good afternoon. I'm Pat Bailey, and here we are, all of us together again.
Can we take comfort in that?
Once all of the comments have been made and the documentation has been submitted, a decision must be made, and I urge you to deny the mitigated negative declaration or permit John D. Ryan, or whatever name title he is using today, to withdraw. I need to point out that Mr. Fusselman admitted his conflict of interest in this project by stating that the developer will make his driveway a legal road. Past practices prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that this company has employed less than good workmanship in many real estate ventures. This is a company that was once named, quote, Builder of the Year, and is now being sued by the Sacramento County for failure to live up to promises of oak mitigation, and this project that is in question was approved almost 15 years ago. Both Ryan and his partner have filed for bankruptcy, and there are many other lawsuits against them. There has been a disregard for the habitat, open space, vernal ponds, and precious oak trees, not only here in Wallace Lake Estates, but in other areas in California as well as in Nevada. And he seems to build as poorly there as here. My word for it all along has been schlock, and I, for one, am sick of this schlock. I realize that this development will be built out. There are many empty lots. I'm just saying, not this builder, not here, not anymore. Each new agent who replaces the last one for Ryan gives the same hollow promises, and we have yet to see a working relationship with Fish and Wildlife, restorations of paths and open space, vernal ponds back, or oak trees planted. Not to mention that they had promised that they were going to correct the dam, clean the lake, build the gate, and most of all, build a new sewer plant. You will see in the documentation that I presented in your packet that other subdivisions of Ryan and Company are in the same quandary. And then there is the water, of course. I, along with others, still have deep concerns about the quantity and quality of water that would be needed to support any new homes. We currently, in WCSD, only have one working well. WCSD does not own the land that our wells sit on, and so hence this board's zeal in courting this developer. But it raises two questions for me. How can a bankrupt developer fund additional wells, or fund anything for that matter? And how can 100 ratepayers afford to fund additional wells? We are already having to pay for the expansion of our sewer plant that doubles the capacity that we really didn't need at this time. Throughout this ordeal, I have been called many things. No growther and green. Two of them were polite ones. I am not no growth. I just say no more growth from a builder of this ilk in our community, please. I will admit to being green, well, greenish at least. We had a solar system installed in the fall. I am urging all of you to realize how much more at risk we, the ratepayers, will be if we have to take on more debt at this time in this economy. Someone once said, no job is so simple that it can't be done wrong. So please do right by us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bailey. At this particular moment, I'd like to, we're kind of drawing to a conclusion here. I'd encourage you to not repeat things that have previously been said.
I'm Annabelle Key.
Good afternoon, Annabelle.
And I'm a resident of Wallace Lake. Could you speak out, please? I'm sorry. Thank you. I said, I'm Annabelle Pugh. I'm a resident of Wallace Lake Estates. Wallace Lake Estates was not developed. Was set up to be developed in phase 1 and phase 2. So as you've heard, phase 2 was always in the plans. The infrastructure, particularly the water and sewer facilities, are not sustainable. With only phase 1 residents sustaining it, the district needs the development of phase 2. If this does not happen, the required and needed improvements cannot be made or will be made at great expense to the current residents. Will have to reassess the money to do that. I would like to see the tentative map approved. Issues like the Tiger Salamander can be worked out before the final map is approved. The current owner of phase 2 property may not be the one who develops it. It would be best in regard to a sale of that if the tentative map was approved. Thank you. I assume there are no questions.
Thank you very much. Do I see any other commenters? Okay.
I don't repeat what I said, I just want to comment on a couple things. One, I think it's really important that you all really understand the standard that you're having to apply here with regard to whether it's appropriate to approve the mitigated negative declaration at this hearing. This principle is so important that the code section says it 4 different ways. So I'm going to read them and see so that you can maybe appreciate why it's that important. First it says, if the lead agency, this is a CEQA guideline section 15064, subdivision F says, if the lead agency determines there is substantial evidence in the record that the project may have a significant effect on the environment, the lead agency shall prepare an EIR. That's the first way they said it. Then they even said another way. If the lead agency is presented with a fair argument that a project may have a significant effect on the environment, the lead agency shall prepare an EIR, even though it may also be presented with a substantial evidence that the project will not have a significant effect. The third way, they said, you can do a mitigated negative declaration, but only if, quote, there is no substantial evidence in the light of the whole record before the public agency that the project, as revised, may have a significant effect on the environment. That's the third way they've said it. Then they get to the last situation, which may very well be the situation you're in today. Subdivision G says, in marginal cases where it is not clear whether there is substantial evidence that a project may have a significant effect on the environment, the lead agency shall be guided by the following principles. If there is a disagreement among expert opinion, supported by facts, over the significance of an effect on the environment, the lead agency shall treat the effect as significant and shall prepare an EIR. When I was playing sandlot ball as a kid, if there was a close call at first base, the general rule was tie base goes to the runner. This provision is basically tie base goes to the EIR. So I know you don't have the full packet before you from 2007. I just want to refer to one item that is there from the Fish and Wildlife Service. And that the Fish and Wildlife Service was sent a letter to Bob Selman on June 21st, 2007, and the conclusion was that they said the following. The Wallace Lake Estates project has proposed the construction of homes adjacent to ponds that are used for the breeding by a California tiger salamander. In addition, the open space areas proposed by the Wallace Lakes project applicant on the project site are not viable for the long-term sustainability of the California tiger salamander population in the area due to fragmentation of open space areas on the proposed project site and the proximity to proposed developed areas. That's based on facts in the record, and it's an expert opinion. That's your substantial evidence. But it's not all that bad news. What it says is the service would like to encourage the county to carefully evaluate proposed development projects in California tiger salamander habitat in the county and work with project applicants to develop project proposals that minimize potential effects of development projects on the California tiger salamander. By minimizing the footprint of the project, including large connected areas of open space preserves that are contiguous with other open space areas, and by carefully evaluating the known and potential habitat for California tiger salamander in the region. So, we see there is hope if we rework the project. Finally, it says, and this is important, this is not just about mitigation, this is about project design. The design of proposed projects should maintain large areas of suitable habitat for California tiger salamander, including suitable breeding habitat, upland habitat, and movement corridors, which are interconnected to other occurrences of the species in the county. The service, and this is really important, the service would be willing to meet with the county and project applicants to assist in this planning effort. And that's what I had hoped would have occurred over the last year or so, where you have the applicants and the county and the Fish and Wildlife Service working to design this project to conform to their mitigation hopes. And I think that is still the appropriate way to deal with this problem. It's not appropriate to suggest that there's going to be a minor tweak in the project to meet Fish and Wildlife Service objectives. And I think that's a good reason why staff's recommendation is there today. The better approach is to seek a design of the project that will not raise these serious concerns to Fish and Wildlife Service.
Mr. Bosino, before you sit down. By the way, thanks for being here today. But there's a paradox here for me. It seems to me like the Fish and Wildlife is uniquely positioning itself to take two bites at the apple. I mean, they're saying, don't approve this until it's the proper design. I'm not sure that I can say what the proper design is, but we have a one-to-one mitigation on the site where they're offering some off-site mitigation. Certainly, if at the end of the day we put a condition on it that says, well, this cannot go from tentative map approval to final map approval until the U.S. Fish and Wildlife works with the applicant to have a mutually agreeable mitigation for tiger salamander, that gives them one, but a very final and definitive bite at the apple. In my mind, that's equivalent to us thrashing around and saying, you got to, there may be somebody that's trying to establish a breeding pair, put that tiger salamander in your tank, I don't know. But I don't want to make light of this because I'm aware of the responsibilities that we have here. But why, it's lost on me, you guys explain to me why it's necessary for me to tell these people that your project stinks, go away, come back a different day, withdraw your application whenever. The reality here is this was something that was approved back in the 80s to the point where they got a tentative map. And for some reason, the guy died, and that it didn't move from tentative map to final map, and that's a very unfortunate situation. we were back here in July with a project that looked very much like, it was, we didn't take it to a vote, but I certainly would have voted to approve it on that day, but we ran out of time and couldn't, and said, let's come back and revisit this thing on the water issue. We've heard testimony after testimony that there's water and there's not water, but there was a significant admonition earlier that said substantial evidence means scientific evidence that this doesn't, that the availability of the water isn't there. We have scientific evidence, and the peer review, we've got 4 different consultants saying, after looking at this closely, we've got water. So why, tell me why. Well, I just would like to know why the argument is being made here that people have come up and they've said, we don't think there's enough water. And I get the impression that you're telling me that I should be compelled to say that there's evidence here that there's no water, so we require an EIR.
I got it here to talk about the salamander issue, and I'll address that one first. And this is the issue here. You could say, and you may look at it as 2 bites of the apple, and that's fair. But as you know, previously the county has had an ad hoc committee working through planning and the other departments, and they get together before a project is approved. And even before they're ready to give any of their approvals, they get together and they discuss the design of the project with the applicant. And that's a very good process because it gives applicants a chance to rework their projects to get a better chance at approval later on down the line. And maybe it's time we think about expanding people who sit at that table. Maybe it might be a good idea to have some of these other agencies that have a stake in county development, including the Fish and Wildlife Service, sit down at the design stage and say, look, we know that we're going to have to get a permit from you down the line, but we want to make that as easy as possible for folks. Could you participate in the design phase? And I think that's basically the intent of the letter that was sent, in 2007. And acting on that and moving the county toward a more constructive working relationship with the Fish and Wildlife Service, I think would help not only this developer today, but all of those coming forward in the future. So I don't look at it, you look at it as 2 bites at the apple. I'm looking at more, how can we meet the objectives of the various agencies, including the internal county departments, as we're processing the project. And I think that this is that's essentially what the Fish and Wildlife Service is committing to be willing to do. And if someone like Fish and Wildlife Service is committing to be willing to do that, I take them up on the offer.
Well, point of order, I think that you read the date of June 21st or something.
2007, yes.
But what I remember is that we had a meeting on July 24th, and the letter came in on July 27th. Am I right, or is he right?
Well,
there's two letters. I was referring to the previous letter.
The much more expansive letter came in to us, was addressed with between 2 federal agencies, and we became in possession of that on August 15th.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Can I have 60 seconds more to tell you about the water? The peer review does not say that there is enough water. The peer review says it appears that there's enough water if these tests are done to prove. And I have the tapes from the planning commission meeting where the developer's representative, Ken Lloyd, stood up and said for an hour, we have plenty of water because it's all rushing out from Comanche and into our aquifer. And the more we draw down our aquifer, the more water rushes out of Comanche. So the peer review said that yes, there was a substantial amount of water if it was true that it was coming from Comanche. You can't use Wallace Lake Estates, which goes dry every year, except that they've been pumping water into it this year. So you can't use Wallace Lake Estates to test this. You would have to test on Comanche. And that's what the peer review suggested they do to prove that what they said was true. And the developer said, he ain't going to do it. But we need to know, the residents, the current residents of Wallace and the future residents of Wallace need to know that when we turn the tap on, we're going to have water. And you do have a lot of conflicting opinions, and I'm not saying we don't have water. I'm saying I don't know. And if you'd like to borrow the tapes from the planning commission meeting, I have them. And you can, you'll love it. My 6 minutes second.
Yeah, they are, but I remember, I don't have that hydrology report in front of me, but I did take particular notice of the fact that it's, the drawdown test was pretty convincing to me that there's plenty of water there. Mr. Gio, do you want to?
Yeah, I'll address this real quick, I'm sure I've already got 4 minutes. The peer review does not say that there is not water there unless it is proved that it comes out of connection. What the peer review says is, to get a better feeling about this, we should do these cation and anion tests to show that there is some recharge coming out of connection. The thing that everybody needs to keep in mind is by doing that study, it is not going to tell you that you have adequate water. It's going to say, yes, there is some recharge coming out of Comanche. You don't know how much it is. There's no way to know how much it is. So to say that there's not adequate water without doing this study is kind of chasing your tail, because this study is not going to say there's adequate water. What says there is adequate water is the pump drawdown test that we're done. That's the only thing you have before you that specifically is scientifically based that says, yes, there is adequate water. The cation study will not change that in any shape. It will just say, yeah, there is some recharge coming from Comanche. Like I said before, there could be recharge coming from underground streams, Wallace Lake, who knows. So I'm just going to clarify that.
Okay, are we reaching a conclusion on this, or at least conclusion on the testimony? If so, I'd like to close the public hearing and bring it back for a final resolution here, if possible, with the board.
First question I have of staff is, given testimony here this afternoon, is your recommendation still hold?
We make no changes in our recommendation.
What?
We make no change in our recommendation.
I would like to see this carry over for at least a couple of weeks, for a couple of reasons. One, at the onset, that we didn't receive the full package when we got our package for the board, and I need to do some investigation to bring me up to speed on this project, because I wasn't here last year, and I wasn't involved in it, and all I got in my package, my orders in the package was a small package. I did start doing some background on it, but I just haven't had a chance to do so. So I'd like to have at least a map in front of me, past letters and peer reports and everything, so I can do some investigation on it.
So your recommendation is to postpone it to a date certain?
Yes.
Okay.
A couple weeks, 2 weeks.
What does staff want?
Mr. CAO.
Just for the board itself to consider a date. Just want to let the board know I have not received, we're past the deadline, I've not received any agenda items for a January 20th meeting. So if you schedule this item for January 20th, it would be the only item on the agenda, or the board could decide that it would move off that week. But we're past the deadline, I've received no items, so.
One will make 3 weeks.
Let him ask staff, what staff would like.
Well, the complete packet can be made available to the board by the end of this week, I believe, in terms of making copies of all the sub-order things. Now, we want to make sure that everything in the administrative record is there. The most important thing is how much time you're going to need to review, digest, ask questions, and be satisfied before you go into a public hearing. Well, the public hearing is being closed, so how much time you would need to be able to come back and make a considered decision. So we can get it for the meeting on the 20th, but if you want a little bit more time, the following date might serve you better.
What, have you received things for the 27th?
Yeah, for the 20th, we're going to deadline date 27th. We'll receive nothing for the 20th. It will be the board's option.
Well, I would like to motion that we postpone it until the 27th.
We have time that we can pick for that at this moment. Set it in time.
Just place that, I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second and a request for making comment.
I didn't spend hours going over today without being able to say something. So to show I do not rubber stamp, I disagree with staff's planning's recommendation that the question of water availability has been satisfactorily addressed, and it's not the significant effect that was in the item to the board in our packet. I read Giacon's letter of August 22, and I just picked some items. I didn't go through all the findings, everybody can read that. But, quote, the conclusion from the pump test data in the report do not adequately address the effects of the pump well, ... There's insufficient data was provided, which was why they did an amended letter to their original peer review. And since it was pointed out by both counsel for the applicant and counsel for CAP, that under CEQA, if you have different consultants, experts arguing, you have to do an EIR. So in and of that would speak to wanting an EIR. Just some general things. I'm not real clear, but does Wallace Community Service District even have legal access and deeded access? Just going back to a prior item we had on the agenda, to the point something was mentioned that if they're going to give legal access or deeded access to Wallace Community Service District, but no, if they don't get the project, they're not giving it. I wasn't clear on that. Again, we don't have to answer that. At this point, I'm just saying that was an issue that wasn't put up. I'm really empathetic with the needed improvements to the Wallace Community Service District and the cost to its ratepayers. Having been involved in a similar situation in my community, but that is not reason to approve a project, because we have to look long-term on the projects that we, am I hearing?
You're hearing noises again.
I'm hearing noises again. Okay. And I'm going to say something that I have never said before as a board member. I've usually been very clear on projects, that I don't care who owns the project, because it's the project that has to be considered. Because once the project's approved, we all know it could be sold. We have to live with what we approve. I have to say, in this case, I'm very concerned about the developers on this project in relation to the community and the county. I do not want a Calypso Bay in Wallace. And I'm just putting it out there because I've never done that before. Usually what the developers do, that's up to them, but we don't have enough staff to be full-time oversight on the projects, and in this case, I'm concerned. That's all my comments.
In saying that, you just dissed my district.
No, I dissed a project.
Only one part.
Oh,
Because that's been a full, I mean, you probably know better than all of us.
yeah, I do.
So,
Certainly.
what you should discuss. That's it.
All right.
You can call for the voting.
I actually also spent a lot of time reading and feel obligated to say at least one small piece that has been mentioned. I think that when it comes to that, I'm embarrassed by our process. I think that we have, we keep going, well, let me just say, I'd like to see some consistency in the way we handle it. So one of the things that keeps coming up over and over again before this board is the question of how we relate to other agencies. Is it after the fact? Is it before the fact? Is it during the fact? Do they give us 24-hour notice before weighing in? After Hearings have been concluded previously. What is our relationship with the outside world? We begin to look puzzled when we keep on giving people new bits of information as it drags out over years. And it seems to me we should expedite our process by facilitating the kind of discussions that haven't yet happened. And I'm not sure whether that's the opponent's fault, whether it's our fault, whether it's the agency's fault. It's probably all three. But somebody's got to step forward and sit down with East Bay Municipal Utility District and find out exactly where their concerns lay and go into some detail, facilitate some discussions, and get them either resolved or come to a recognition that they can be without an EIR. Secondly, the same thing goes for the letters that we get. Some people say, well, it's a casual admonition, and then other people say, well, it's the legal threshold moving into an EIR. But why not sit down earlier than this, maybe years ago, and facilitate the kind of dialogue we could have a proposal amended a bit to meet that standard. Instead, we seem to have a laissez-faire attitude. It just goes on, things happen, and yet costs go up, the aggravations go up, time goes on, and we chase our tails. Yet again, in a hearing that we had that much paperwork before, and now we have a new board, a new supervisor, and we got to read through that again. But there really, these issues are things that we could do a lot better at facilitating results and progress, rather than sort of react to bits and pieces and dribble them out over the course of months and even years. It doesn't really inform any decision. It's just my frustration that we've done this over and over again. I remember only a short while ago we were talking about Tridam and Lake Tulloch, and the same kind of odd and misshapen evolution. And so that we don't continue this, I would hope that the department can promulgate some new protocols that could avoid these moments.
Thank you, Supervisor Walensky. With that, calling for the question on the motion to postpone until January 27th. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'm an aye on that, so it's 5-0 to postpone, to continue this until that date certain. Apologize to the applicant for that delay. And I just wanted to say before we go to the next part of the agenda, I want to express my appreciation to Supervisor Callaway and Supervisor Tapanelli for making a motion, seconding the motion for my ascending to the chairmanship. I appreciate that very much. Okay, we have just a couple of things here. We're at 10:30. We're at the 10:30 part of our agenda. I think I missed lunch.
Was this coming out of the thing?
No, I'm not going to tolerate it.
Puzzle is the word.
Okay, let's call this meeting back to order here. We've got a minute. The next item on the agenda is a minute order appointing the planning commissioners. And then we have a discussion of possible appointment of board member representatives to various agencies. I, for one, would make a recommendation that we take that up at the next meeting.
I want everything.
Well, I'm just talking among.
The question is whether we will consider it now as 14.
I'm jumping to 15. I'm trying to figure out whether we can conclude our activities right here in the next 5 minutes.
Could I make a suggestion that we, if nobody wants to change anything immediately, that we simply renew the existing, have Gary accept the previous District 1 supervisor's assignments, and that anything that would change would be worked out between individual supervisors who might wish to to swap committees.
So we're on item 15 now.
We're talking about 15 right
I'm
now.
suggesting that we handle it in that way, rather than have a lengthy discussion at this time, since we're clearly a little over schedule.
Okay, so when we come to that,
I guess we're
that
going
item, let's,
the board has to know where it is.
then we'll move to item 15, pardon me, 14, which is consideration of reappointing the District 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 representatives on the planning commission. I'll open a public hearing on that if you will, anybody wants to make a comment on that. Okay, well, close the public hearing. Do we,
I support the reappointment of Bill Mason for District 4.
I support Suzanne Hughes for District 3.
I support Ted Allen for District 1.
And I'll make that unanimous and support my representative.
and as I would very much like for Steve Kearney to continue, he's doing a great job. So,
I move item 14.
we have a motion for,
Second.
okay, moved and seconded on item 14. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's a 5-0 approval. Congratulations to our members of the planning commission. Okay, on item 15, the possible appointments, I heard Supervisor Walensky express his opinion that we should just stay with the existing appointments, having Gary assume Bill Claudino's responsibilities, and then work out any internal.
What if I want to do them up?
If you want to give them up, it's.
My proposal, just to repeat it, is that anybody who wishes to give up anything or acquire anything, have a discussion with the appropriate other supervisor and bring their conclusion that they can mutually agree back to the board for affirmation.
That's a
There's a
motion.
fancy word for support.
That's, that is, I'm making that motion, yes.
I second that.
Yeah, moved and seconded to do what Steve Walensky just said. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? There are no votes in opposition, so it carries 5-0. Okay, review of correspondence and matters of concern. Starting with Supervisor Trina.
I have nothing personally, but I don't know where Gary is on the CPA structure. We'd like that to come back, and so, I would support it coming back. I would.
I support the discussion.
Attaway, Maria.
Be nice quarter, Tom, I'm just saying, I support the discussion.
That's probably very appropriate. Mr. Walensky, do you have anything to report?
Yes, I do. I have today for the Mental Health Advisory Board. We have a meeting, a sort of subsection of the Parks and Rec up for the Mount Ranch project later in the evening. Tomorrow, the Sierra Nevada Conservancy is hosting and facilitating a meeting that will involve at least 7 governmental agencies, federal and state, as well as 7 or 8 non-governmental agencies with the CHIPS project to discuss forest stewardship, Native American site restoration, and fire safe work for the northern Stanislaus, BLM, and other properties. I also have a meeting, which is a subsection, a meeting of the first 5 on Friday from 9 to 12. And that's all I have to report on those assigned duties. Oh, one other thing, I'm sorry. I did receive, and you'll all be, I'm sure, delighted to know, a response not from U.S. Fish and Wildlife, but somebody who had been contracted with them in response to our collectively written red-legged frog communication. And I wanted to let people know that their primary interest in what they'd like to see a more detailed response to is the question of what they're doing, the economic impact of it. That's what they've been contracted to do. And their primary interest is what ranches and farms in the habitat designated area, have federal agreements that might be either altered or delayed by the designation, if it were designated as habitat for the red-legged frog. So if people know any ranchers or organizations that wish to weigh in on this, I have given the CAO and the Ag Commission, they should contact the Ag Commissioner to make that known.
Okay, that seems like it should be, that request for information ought to be very widely circulated. Like our planning department ought to distribute a letter to that effect to all the
And the Ag, basically, the hope is the Ag Commissioner will, and maybe what we should do is instruct the Ag Commissioner through the CAO to make it known to all the farms in that particular area to identify them and notify them of this request.
Supervisor Campanelli.
I don't have anything to report as far as duties, but I will be attending the Habitat house dedication on Saturday. And I also on Saturday evening will be attending the American Legion Craft Week, the annual Craft Week that's all in Valley Springs. That's it.
Is that an invitation?
That's an invitation. Anybody wants to come?
Okay. And Supervisor Callaway?
It's Past Property Owners Council and Aerial Agency on Aging this week. And Supervisor Thomas mentioned early in the meeting about Robert's Rules of Order, and he wanted to make a motion. We have not, as a board, adopted Robert's Rules of Order. We don't use Robert's Rules of Order. So whatever Robert had to say is really immaterial. So if the board wishes to choose something, or that's fine, because that's the precedent we haven't set, is that the chair can make a motion. If that's something the board wants to do, means that they can make a motion, they can make a second. The feeling has been that the chair always takes the last vote, because they're usually, they could be a split vote. So maybe that's something for the board's honeydew list, doesn't have to be something we address now. There's also the issue of polling the board versus voting. And I've never been comfortable with that. If you poll the board and we all say yes, or 3 yeses and a no, or however it works, we're in essence voting. So maybe council could give us some direction on the board's honeydew list on polling versus voting. When is it appropriate for us to poll? This came up when Steve was chair. We kind of talked about it and it became a back burner item. But when is it appropriate for us to poll and when is it a vote? I just think for transparency's sake, we need to, and for my own sake.
Now or at some
And no, not now, maybe on the board's honeydew.
I think it's a useful term, and it makes a distinction between where everything's in place, it's properly agendized, and everything's been right to vote, and polling is something less than that. But it's up to the board to decide.
I'm okay with it. I just think we all need to be clear and on the same page that when we talk about polling and it's an agenda item, and the other one on that is that we've been not consistent. If a supervisor wants something on the agenda, they just say, hey, CAO, or put it on the agenda. Other times it's been, are there the votes to put something on it? I'm not talking about, what we had today, like the mentorship day, or it's Groundhog Day, let's honor that. I'm talking about more substantial issues, I take that back. I'm talking about issues that could be a little bit more controversial than that. Do we have, does the chair say we want a free, is there enough votes to put it on the agenda versus the board member? We've really been inconsistent in that application. So that's another board honeydew thing I think we need to discuss.
Supervisor Lewis?
I would agree with Supervisor Callaway that it makes sense from time to time, actually for any organization, to review its procedures, and this may be a time to do those three, and maybe others might be set an agenda. Might there be three voices to set an agenda item for basic housekeeping and procedure discussions with the chair, vice chair, in consultation with staff, coming up with some specific things for us.
No, I think it should be the board as a whole.
No, I'm just suggesting that the agenda item be informed by that administrative process prior to it. That you identify the scope of the discussion and maybe options.
You could pull it, George.
Supervisor Walensky, would that be the same meeting where we're going to review our code of ethics?
I think that might very well be, and that would be, I am to add to the news.
Yeah, I got the draft. But, I mean, maybe we could, in about a month, have just a board study session, board housekeeping, or whatever we would like to call it, that's fine, protocol, et cetera.
Okay. I'm in agreement with all of that too. Does that conclude? That down to me? Okay. Maria, you didn't mention anything about the jail, the courthouse property meetings tomorrow with
That's not for, supposedly, that's not us. I had asked about that. I talked to.
Why did you get a request to attend?
Bob, do you know about the?
There are meetings, there are 2 meetings tomorrow with AOC.
Yeah, but that's not something the board usually goes to.
Generally, no, it has happened, although the chair has attended in the past, and we did advise AOC that we do not have a chair effective today, so in those instances where we're looking by the previous chair, the new chair is being advisory to you.
Okay. This is going out 1 week, but you all got a notification or an invitation to attend a workshop at 8 o'clock on the 15th called The Link Between Violence to Animals and Violence to People. This is something that's being put on by the Domestic Animal Advisory Committee and also the Humane Society. I think it's looks like a worthwhile thing to attend. And then under the heading of matters of concern, Mr. CAO, it is my strong opinion that one of the highest levels of concern to this board should be the hiring of a director of planning. Can you give us a report on what's going on with that?
Yeah, we have been in discussion with Avery Associates, our hiring consultant. They have placed some advertisements, and they have prepared a draft recruitment brochure, which I believe has been emailed to all board members. I have stressed with HR that I hope to have Avery begin stressing in early December that Avery should schedule meetings with board members to hold discussions regarding issues and attributes of a successful candidate for the position in order to make sure that although this at this point is not a board level appointment, it's at the deputy level, that the board be consulted in this matter, that the board have an opportunity to weigh in, and that we be able to collate those thoughts and those opinions in recruiting for the position. I believe I'll be speaking again with the HR director and probably Mr. Avery this week about some specific benchmarks and some status updates. I believe how many people have been contacted, where has this appeared, et cetera, et cetera. But we currently have a closing date of February 9th, and we will push out on a couple of weeks for receipt of applications.
Do we have any applicants and applications in?
I have not done enough privy to that at this point, but we require a back to the show. We generally try to let them work their will, but it's worth it for them to find out what's been going on and check the legal.
Are we advertising for a deputy director of community development agency, or are we advertising for a planning director?
We are at this point advertising for a planning director. but they fall in a certain area on the organizational chart. It's also important to remember that we, at least in our budget, we don't have an independent CDA. The budget units are planning on one side, building over on the other. The planning department is really defined only the county code, the CDA is defined only the county code at this point.
Okay, do you have anything else?
I'm done. County council.
It's been reported that the Calaveras Unified School District voted to give the Mount Ridge Park property to the county. That's not exactly right. Apparently, they recently voted, expressed an intention to make that gift. They wanted to meet with me and with the administration office to work out the details. There are currently some conditions on that gift, and what they are exactly, I don't know, but that meeting will probably be later this week, and I think they expect to formally give, offer to give that property to the county at their January 20th. So that's the update on that.
Thank you, Madeline. Somebody's going to have to give her something. Okay, I think that this takes us to item 17 through